if I turn this off, yeah, it goes straight to there and didn't even transition. Nope. Oh, well, it was worth a try. I think, yeah, Luis, I got some jokes for you. Don't worry about it. I got you covered. As crazy as this day has gotten and, will continue to be, I would like to remind everyone that all over the world there are deeply serious things going on and deeply serious issues that we all need to tackle, both on a political level, on a personal level, on an environmental level, and all these things. And being miserable and all knotted up and full of anxiety is not the best position for you to be able to handle these kind of challenges. You are not at your creative best. You do not come at problems with your best self if you are overwhelmed by the problem by any means. So what I try to do here for you is introduce you perhaps to a different take on some of these issues, provide you with some information, and all the while have a reasonable level of fun in the process so that we can take some of the power out of those things, give it back to ourselves, and then perhaps when we are confronted with a challenge, not cower and collapse before it as a sign of our virtuous humanity and look how good I am at recognizing a threat. It's scary. Therefore, by being scared and falling apart, I am showing you that I'm a good person. That's not helpful. As a matter of fact, I would rather have you at your strong and capable self. It is precisely why, by the way, that doctors, coroners, first responders of all sorts, police, EMTs, firefighters, often have a very sort of gallows humor about things. You know, they make jokes about things that in the walk-around world would be seen as slightly insensitive because they actually deal with these things all the time. And if they constantly gave power to those things or didn't take some of that power back for themselves by diminishing it with mockery and comedy and allowing themselves to take their emotions off the hook for a moment, they'd be no good to anybody. They would, I mean, all of these serious undertakings require some level of gallows humor. Otherwise, you're going to collapse into a mess. And right now, by the way, I do have some good news for you. I mean, there's a lot of good news. Hold on, let me, don't play this clip at all. I don't want you to play that clip. I don't want you to. I insist you don't, actually. That both sort of extremes of the political spectrum are very upset right now. The like really fringy types. And I don't mean like, you know, a little too far left or a little too far right. I mean the absolute cuckoo bananas, crazy go nuts, hyper fringy left and right are currently losing their shit. And there's a good reason for that. Because the rest of the world is recognizing that complicated issues with a lot of moving parts are being handled and decisions are being made. And while there is no perfect solution, they are moving forward. And the perfect solution only folks are having a hell of a time right now. Yeah, they are in full on panic mode. I'm checking to make sure my mixer is on. Apparently everything. Maybe do PC people deal with this all the time? I double click something on my Mac, opens. I double click something on my PC, it goes. Are you sure you want to open that? Would you like to double click that again? Perhaps double clicking, if you would like it. Well, I did double click that. Yeah, but did you really mean it? I didn't feel it. I mean, come on. Everyone's gonna freak out, but us Texans, right? Well, you know that's a serious issue, and it's a crazy law. Like the example, what's going on in Texas right now? Obviously, insane, anti-woman, all this pro-life nonsense is bullshit. They obviously don't care about kids once they're born. It's silly. It's a silly law. It's an inserious law. And it's written with crayons and hammers, and it will fall apart the way it came in. And the first 3 of these charges that show up, people will sue Greg Abbott for damages because they were automatically by court awarded. So that, like, there will be hundreds of people suing in Texas courts. They will be all clogged up, and the whole thing will. I am predicting that the structure of this law and how it is carried out is a bunch of insanity, and we will all watch that happen. It will be as functional as the Texas power grid during a winter storm. And the people who wrote, those laws and drafted them, put them in, and thought, oh, this would be a great workaround to end people's constitutional rights. I have a couple of things for you. One is, you know how we talked about how the dude who wanted ivermectin and a judge ordered a doctor to give him ivermectin treatment, even though the doctor was like, yeah, that's for fucking horses or scabies, and you are and have neither. You are not a scabie, and you do not have horses, was the doctor's response. And the Texas, or whoever that doctor was like, yeah, you have to give it to him. Arkansas or some shit like that. And you do not realize, most of us recognize that the legislature and the judiciary and the executive branch of government are one and the same. They are a trinity of governing bodies, but they are the government. The judiciary is the government. It interprets the law in its application. It is part of the government. A judge is part of governing and governance, okay? So right now, you have maggot anti-vaxxers filing lawsuits to force to make it so that the government can force their doctor to give them medicine that their doctor doesn't want to give them now, or thinks is in their medical practice thinks would be ill-advised or dangerous or what have you. Now, the obvious slippery slope, if we want to follow, all these, like the 2A fellas, they're all like, sure, first they come for our anti-tank weapons, then you can't even carry a sidearm while following all the rules and getting a concealed carry permit. It's going to be a slippery. They're going to walk up to our house and seize our guns, and there won't be anything. Okay, slippery slope. The minute you're like, what do you mean you can't have anti-tank ammo? That's a slippery slope to no one being able to hunt with a shotgun, right? They're always talking about how any movement on Second Amendment, infringement, meaning, you limit anybody's, like the assault weapons ban, is automatically going to lead to no more guns in the whole country, right? They talk about this all the time. And yet don't seem to be able to apply this thought, which seems very logical, to that if you make a law or a legal precedent so that the government can override your doctor and insist you be given a pill that you want, they can also override your doctor to give you a pill you don't want. Because, that is one legal step away, and there's no arguing that they're the exact same thing. If the government thinks the pill is better for you because you think it's better for you, they can also think the pill is better for you because you don't think it's better for you. And if anything is going to, I said this yesterday, but if anything is going to lead us to being chipped by the government or the New World Order or the Illuminati or any of that shit, it's going to be this lawsuit where this dude got the government to tell his doctor to give him ivermectin. That's how you set these laws up. Okay. So fast forward to the Texas law that allows anybody in the whole fucking country, you don't have to live in Texas, to sue anyone in a chain of behaviors that led you to get an abortion after 6 weeks, which is not illegal in Texas, but can civilly be made illegal basically by suing it out of existence. You can sue someone's right out of existence with this law. The idea that this only pertains to abortions on a legal level is ludicrous. So, anybody in the country, technically speaking, and test cases would prove this if this whole thing lasts at all, that if someone drove someone somewhere who didn't believe in vaccines or masks, and they gave COVID to that person, and that person died of COVID, and they can just contact trace it, everyone along the way, whether they knew that was going to happen or not, because this law is that poorly written, could sue 10 people, anybody, you live in Oregon, you live in California, you live in Ohio, Nebraska, you can sue 6 Texans that, picked the guy up, drove him over there, gave him a handkerchief, offered him a mask, and when he turned you down, still let him come inside. And then the person who opened the door for him wherever he went into the store and coughed all over everybody. Because every person that is killed by this asshole anti-masker or anti-vaxxer giving people COVID, second, third tier down, by the way, there are no second and third tier abortions. You have an abortion, it's just you. Abortions aren't contagious, but you give COVID to somebody, it gives COVID to somebody that gives COVID to somebody and they die, you would legally, based on this law, be on the hook for that because you knew and they knew and they knew and they didn't care. And so legally speaking, because everybody that you would presumably kill with COVID or any other infectious disease is older than a 6-week-old fetus. Pretty much guaranteed. If they're alive and walking around, unless they're Benjamin Button, they're over 6 weeks old. In utero, 6 weeks old. Same thing applies to a gun law. So in Texas, I mean, honestly, what is a gun but an abortion machine? Your life was supposed to be 70 years, but now it ends at 37. Right? That's what a gun does. It's an abortion machine. It's a handheld, multi-abortion machine. And Texas is well known for its love of making sure that gun is super loaded with abortions. Like one abortion per bullet. That's the right. So if you need to do a lot of abortions that day, whether it's like cops or ATF officers or Customs and Border Patrol, or if you're the alleged good guy when a bad guy shows up and you want to abort the bad guy, but also abort anybody who's downrange from you in the food court or the mall. Right. Texas loves their big walk around abortion machines. And I don't think anybody would argue that ending a life, if it's not directly in self-defense, not pro-life. Stray bullets, not pro-life. So if you knew that person had a gun and they were willing to use it, and you gave them a ride someplace, and they fired at somebody that was even a bad guy with a gun, but in the process they killed some innocent people, aren't you on the hook? What's the difference? Honestly, what is the difference? What is the material difference between aborting a fetus in this regard and being able to sue everyone in the chain and being able to sue the gun shop? I mean, if you're going to sue an abortion clinic for giving someone an abortion that they constitutionally have a right to have because of Roe v. Wade, then why can't you sue every gun shop in Texas that sells a gun to someone who uses it to kill someone, to abort that life? Explain to me. Where's the legal difference? That person was going to have a life past this date. You ended it. I mean, aren't gun shops ultimately abortion clinics? I mean, how else would you describe it? I mean, you might be aborting. I mean, the chances of it, like say in an abortion clinic, that unless you're in Rosemary's Baby, that a baby is going to, choke the shit out of you, stab you, kill you in a domestic violence act or something like that is fairly slim. But that's where the differences end. If you are loading up to take a life, to protect your life for any reason, I mean, what is the accusation that people use why people are getting elective abortions? That they financially can't handle it? Well, if you can't financially afford to be robbed, that would be your reason for shooting someone. So how is that not an abortion? I can't afford the financial burden of you taking my wallet, bang. Right? Yeah, again, I probably have to put this up. Hold on. Everybody's making a really good point, so I'll put this over here. So give me 1 second. Just in case anybody is thinking, that I'm recommending this as a as a as a functioning way of handling your problems. I'm making this parallel. Gun shops are abortion clinics. Guns are abortion machines. They are designed. The only reason they survive and why nobody calls them out on this bullshit is because, in theory, you're aborting a grown person. So pro-life kind of ends at the tip of your barrel. And don't get me started on licensed, law-abiding gun owners who are licensed, law-abiding gun owners until they open fire in the theater, at which point they are no longer a licensed, law-abiding gun owner. They are now a licensed, law-breaking gun owner who is deciding that they need to abort a few people in a movie theater or a church, or their ex-wife or ex-husband, or someone their ex-wife or ex-husband paid them to get rid of. Gun shops are abortion clinics. Change my mind. And while you're at it, I, for example, am against the death penalty. But I am not against the death penalty because I don't think that some fuckers deserve to be removed from the earth. Clearly, that's true. But when you get into a situation where you could be wrong and you weren't there, and even though you have 12 jurists and you have a good case by the state and you got everything but, a smoking gun and video of it happening, there's a chance you could kill an innocent person. And therefore, best to just put them in a room and hang on to them forever, which is pretty miserable to begin with if they deserve to be put there. But you always have the chance to let them out, give them $12 million and go, sorry for the inconvenience. We've got to go look for the person that we didn't catch. So I'm against the death penalty because of its impracticality, its immorality, and the very chance that it could kill someone who doesn't deserve it, and better I guess, lock up 12 innocent people rather than put one of them to death, right? And when someone is talking about like self-defense, for example, I'm on your side. If you're going to arm your house, you're going to even carry concealed and go through all the process because your life is in danger or something like that, and you really feel concerned for your safety and you go through the process, I'm not necessarily against that either. But if you use that as a pretext to sell junk guns in in the parking lot of a dollar store in Cleveland to a bunch of dudes who are just gonna shoot somebody, in a school and then throw the fucking gun in the lake, that's when I have a problem with you as a licensed, law-abiding gun owner, because you're only that because you haven't been caught yet. So, congratulations, Texas, on making it entirely legal to sue gun shops, gun salespeople, ammo salespeople, any Uber driver who drives someone to a place where they shoot up a store, anybody who taught them how to use the gun, any training they went through, any range. I guess you could sue any range they go to where they practiced, right? And then, of course, good luck enjoying the fact that that anyone in the nation can now sue anyone in Texas for passing COVID or any other infectious disease that leads to their death. Because, well, I guess technically speaking, they wouldn't have to die. It could just be injury. If you give someone the flu and they miss a week of work, why don't you owe them for $10,000 legal fees and the money they would have made that week at work, right? So, I'm not saying that Greg Abbott and the entire Texas legislature and both of their senators are fucking morons. I'm showing you that they are. By the way, welcome to the show. Don't forget to give a thumbs up and a like, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. I mean, as opening rants go, it's pretty rock solid. I can't wait to see what the Second Amendment absolutists in the, say in the comment sections when this becomes a clip. And they're like, but the slippery slope, they're going to take our guns. You mean your abortion machine? They're going to take your abortion machine? Well, some abortion should happen. I see you're not a Christian. You're a Darwinist. Well, there we have it. And that is where the horseshoe overlaps. All right. So welcome to the show. And thank you, everybody, for joining. By the way, chat room. I know we have, because I've decided to carry the show forward. Welcome to Hal Sparks Mega Worldwide, because I think the show needs a name, and I think Mega Worldwide works. Graphics to come. Oh, yeah. But because we are, I would be curious where everybody is. So chat room, give me a general idea of where you are, either in the States or overseas or any of that kind of stuff. I'm fascinated. Thanks, Pauline. By the way, she said, excellent breakdown of the idiot law. By the way, is there anywhere? Wow, Europe, Romania. That's awesome. Dover, Delaware, Anaheim. Excellent. Phoenix, Wisconsin, Chicago, Florida, Virginia. I will, how do I describe this? Because I don't really bet. I'm not a betting man. I've told Stuttering John this many times. I will guess that this is the only place you're going to hear this legal argument. Or at least first. This is the first place you're going to hear it. You'll hear it after this. Now that I have articulated it, watch it start showing up in the generalized argument about this bullshit. And they go, hey, can I sue somebody if they give me COVID and I lose a week's worth of work? Or a lung? Shouldn't I be able to sue the gun shop owner and all that kind of, like, excellent. Melbourne, Australia. Thank you. Biloxi, Mississippi. Are you okay? Everybody down in Mississippi and Louisiana, you all right? Blue Dot, Iowa. Ventura, excellent. Fantastic. I think anybody who's listening in Ventura can appreciate where I'm coming from. All righty. Colorado, London, excellent. Rockford, excellent. Look at this. BC, got some Canadians in the house. Love you. Netherlands, love you guys. Can't wait to get over there. I just found out I've got some sort of family ties that run through the Netherlands. I did not know that until 23andMe started, showing me the weird, spider web of my family tree. So, I'm one of those people that now, because of 23andMe, has a lot more places to visit that were never on my list. And the Netherlands is one of them. So, it should surprise no one that I got a little bit of Viking, considering my hair, in my family tree. So, yeah. Thanks, guys. I just want to remind you guys, don't be afraid of this shit. Because if you're instantly, oh my God, look what they're doing. Oh my God, we're overrun. Oh my God, they've got you won't see the weakness in the argument. It's just like I don't know how many people have been in a fist fight. I've been in my fair share over the course of my life. And I liked them a little too much during a period of my life. I enjoyed the fisticuffs, not boxing, just straight up starting shit and finishing it, both in high school and after, for a good 7 years, probably, window. And if you've ever been in a real fight, one of the things you learn really early is that the more scared you are right out of the gate, the harder it is to see the weaknesses of the person that you are fighting. Because you tend to do this, and B, you're not paying attention to the person anymore. You're paying attention to threat monster, right? You blow them up into something that they aren't. Instead of going, what's his feet like? Where are his hands? Does he know how to fight or not? I'm saying he, not because I'm sexist, because I have never punched a woman. So I don't intend, nor do I intend to ever. So Yeah, if you've ever been in a real fight, or you've even taken a martial arts class, or you've done any ring fighting or any of that kind of stuff, you've been taken a boxing class and actually done it. The more afraid you are, and the more of a tiger you make your opponent, the less work they have to do, and the less you do that, the more they recognize what a tiger you are, and you can put all your attention on their weaknesses. So, for the record, to everyone within the sound of my voice, stop panicking when the other side makes a move, no matter how egregious it is. Start looking for the fix. How do you fix it? Where's the weakness? How do you break it down? How do you turn it on them so they recognize they may have fucked themselves into a corner? You're welcome. I just needed to get that off our chest. Right, there you go. Yes, the first rule is don't talk about Fight Club. Absolutely. Okay, so needless to say, there's a lot of folks that think that they are, dunking on Biden, because we got out of Afghanistan. That's everybody needs to create this idea it was such a failure, and my favorite one is this never would have happened if Trump was in office, right? That's what if Trump never would have let this happen. Yes, you're right. He would have never let us get out of Afghanistan. Fucking ever. We saw on yesterday's show, and I think I'm the only one that pointed it out from that video. I've seen a lot of people use his interview that he did on with the Bulls on OAN. I always get Newsmax and OAN overlapped. On OAN, a lot of people have done little clips about what he said and what he was talking about. None of them have pointed out the fact that he said the May 1st date was totally arbitrary and he never intended to keep it, that his drawdown would have taken a year to 2 years. So and then what? And we would have kept the biggest air base in the world, which it isn't, Bagram, in Afghanistan for fucking ever. So how is that getting out? I'd have pulled out the military last and kept the base, which would require military, but I don't know what. Anyways, just ignorance. It's just stupid. But the big thing you're hearing from all these idiots is, well, he would have he had a magic plan. He had a magic plan. Yeah. Whoa. He's a magic plan. Right. Yeah. Bullshit. All right. So this cartoon where they have this idea that Biden, they can't decide whether Biden screwed it up on purpose, screwed it up because he was incompetent, did what he wanted to, and he didn't screw up. This is how he wanted it to turn out, right? He wanted Afghanistan to be a failure. So obviously a Machiavellian, brilliant but evil move, which you can't do through incompetence. You have to actually manipulate the entire situation to go the way you want. Or in a Machiavellian way, he attempted to destroy everything and failed because we still got... Look, all right, all of them want, for some reason, for us to take over Afghanistan, stay there for fucking ever. So, but before we get into those... Well, let me see if I can bring this up real quick. Yeah, there she is. As I was starting the show, I started a little late today, by the way, because as I was loading up my clips, I blew a fuse because I have 3 computers running in here and a bunch of lights, and I had the TV on in the other room, and apparently that was a bit much. I know what you're thinking. Hairdryer. It's on a different fuse. Leave me alone. And for the record, it looks fabulous today. I'm just saying. The dew is hanging in there. I get a lot of it looks like Gene Simmons' hair. My hair's longer than Gene's right now, you bastards. And by the way, Gene Simmons has tested positive for COVID. He's doing okay. but he's down, because he's there. He and Paul are both older guys. Paul was vaccinated, tested positive, got it, but recovered at home and is doing great. He was all ready to, get ready to do more shows. And then Gene got it, probably from hanging out with Paul. And so he's in the bed right now, healing up. We send our love to you, Gene. And Paul, we're glad you recovered relatively quickly and you're on the mend from that. Even after when you guys get the flu or you get some really bad infection or you're messed up or whatever, even after you recover, there's still those days where you're like not 100%, So out of total respect for these guys getting ready to go back on the road, they punted 4 dates, but insofar as I know, the date that I have tickets for is still on the horizon. Fingers crossed, we'll see. Ace and Peter are no longer in the band. It's Tommy Thayer and Eric Singer, and they're both fantastic. Tommy Thayer's brilliant and a genius, and I did a little charity music thing with him a little while ago, and it was awesome. I've met Eric backstage, but I've never hung out with him at all. But I find it amazing that they found a dude who was incredible drummer on that level, whose voice is almost indistinguishable from Peter Criss's. Literally is, speaking. It's crazy. So, anyways, get well. And by the way, our get well feelings on this show extend to everyone who gets COVID or any other infectious disease. I have no interest in watching people die or reveling in their death. No one. If I'm confronted in a situation, this kind of goes back to the earlier conversation. If I'm confronted in a moment in my life where I am witness to and in the presence of a horrible, horrible crime, and that human being needs to be removed from the earth, I have complete comfort in saying I would do it myself. That's also not something I shy away from. But anybody short of that, if I'm not present at what was going down, that's why we have a legal system, folks. If you think vigilante justice from a distance is a functional way of having a society and not an example of it actually faltering, you go fix yourself. So, all right, here we go. So, if you want to go straight to the dum-dums, and let me see if, I think this is on. Oh, yeah. So, let's see, we'll go straight here. I think everything's okay. Why's my camera moved? All right, it's on. Yeah, look at that. We got shoved over. If you want to go straight to the dum-dums, you really can't do any better than Fox and Friends. I mean, if you're looking for the trifecta of morning stupid, this is amazing. And by the way, for the record, for full disclosure, I was on Fox and Friends in 1999, 2000 when I did Talk Soup as a guest. I met these two assholes back before 9/11 when they were kind of normal people. And then they, like Dennis Miller and other people, they saw the shock of 9/11 just made them crawl into their own assholes and start thinking as anal ostriches about everything. Yeah, I just invented the phrase anal ostrich. And I think it's a keeper. #anal ostrich. You know exactly what I mean when I say it. And you can picture it. So, sorry. Sometimes we have moments of brilliance that accidentally happen on the show. But both of them are thick, to say the very least. Just brutal ignoramuses. Originally hired because when you have morning shows, and this applies, I guess, in some ways to the NBC crowd. I'm editorializing a lot more today. It's just true. It's just part of life. The NBC crowd that might be in trouble because of it's Good Morning America, or I mix those shows up. One of them is in big trouble because their executive producer was, sexually harassing everybody and shit like that, and people didn't talk about it and blah blah blah. Another one of these stories where you've got a bunch of these folks who look the other way when this stuff happened. But you have to understand, when you're hiring for these kind of shows, you have to, if anybody has any deep intellect or deep philosophical roots, they're going to hit an existential crisis somewhere around year 2, where they're going to get really popular. You spend a lot of money putting them on the air, and then they're going to go, what the fuck am I doing with my life? I'm doing this ridiculous goddamn show. Every time we have a serious issue, I have to jump right over to selling, it's Taco Tuesday, or I'm selling some line of purses or fall outfits. And then we go back to a baby in a well and the Afghanistan war. And then you're just bouncing all over the news spectrum to keep the morning gerbils staring at the television. It makes, ostrich is a hashtag. Yeah. That when you hire folks for a job like this, you kind of are looking for people that are shallow. You really are. I'm not kidding. You are looking for, intellectually shallow people. Because if they're smart at all, they'll eventually come to the conclusion that they're wasting their fucking life and that this show is a jerk off and they're wasting everyone's time, and they're making money probably. They might have some guilt about the money they're making, like, Jesus Christ, I'm making so much money and pretending to give a shit, and I'm not doing anything that other people couldn't do. This is fucking awful, right? So you don't even bother. You don't try to hire someone for the Today Show or Good Morning America or Fox and Friends especially who's got any intellectual depth, because they'll leave the show and you'll spend a lot of money turning them into effectively a star, but they're going to have to fuck off or they'll lose their mind. So it's easier to hire people with no minds. Problem solved. Hold on. Whoop. My stool is a little lower today to bring it up. So, all right. So let's see what, and they've got Lindsey Graham on. So we're hitting peak dumbass. Let's see if this is, and again, why am I, I see. Sorry. Sometimes like I said, the double clicking of the audio thing, where is it? There we go. Come on, you. Hey, something's wrong. All right. Let's scroll down here. Why is that? Okay, we'll put this on here. And then we'll move back to here. And I think it works when I do that. I think it just gets weird. Nope. Why am I not hearing the thing? Did I turn it off? I think I did. Yes, I did. There we go. Sorry. Okay. Nope. Oh, that's why. I figured it out. When the power went off, my Roadcaster went off, and you have to turn it back on. I was silly man.
Any trips to Afghanistan, countless.
Okay, now, and that's why I have it doubled up, because I reopened something. I apologize. That's just goofy. Draw back your bow. All right, hold on. Fixing a couple of things. Give me 1 second. Doing a little tech. This is what happens when I'm yammering after a power outage instead of putting the show back on. There you go. So let me see. This should work like this, and we'll see. All right. Is there an echo? Do you guys have an echo? Just making sure. By the way, is there an echo? Is everything okay, sound-wise? Everybody, Joe Biden is so dangerous. He's a dangerous man. There's no sound? Wait. Should be. If the war is over, why are we still... No sound on the clip? Really? I see it going out. What the heck-a-doodle? You hear me? I hear it in my headphones, but I'm not doing there. All right. It says it's going out to you guys. Crazy go nuts. It is actually good your side, or it just is this huh? That's weird. All right. Well, we'll try this then. We'll open this guy up, and then we'll close this guy. See, does that open? Let's play this a little. Nope. Yeah. I see the audio going out to you guys. I don't know. Hold on. So after, see my hand up? Don't tell me anything about the sound until after my hand goes down.
Afghanistan is not over.
See, there I see an echo going out, so I'm fixing the echo, and now it should go out normal. This should be, this wrong finger? Yeah. Better echo, the sound is better. Okay, there you go. Yes, good. The dangerous man. My Lord. Okay, first of all, really unfortunate frame shot right there. Really, really unfortunate freeze frame. I apologize for that. It's nightmare fuel, and no sound again from him? Really? What hell? I'll see it going out. Oh, wait, hold on. Now this is because things repowered out. Let me see. StreamX. Oh, I see. How about that? Let's see. Let's get this right. Okay. Now. I know. Okay, so we'll back up. I figured it out, I think. This happens when your power goes out and I restart and it got confused. I think this just hang on. You're gonna be very upset that you actually hear this asshole when I finally get it fixed.
Yeah, it is for the Taliban. They're celebrating. So here's
the Taliban is celebrating. Okay, now did you hear that? Did you hear him say the Taliban is celebrating? Yep. It should be an SNL sketch. I agree. Yay! I fixed it. Ta-da! Cut me some slack. Yes, he's very loud. I'll fix that too. I tried a couple of things before. All right, and I warned you. Careful what you wish for.
Everything, guys. I think President Biden really believes this was successful.
By the way, we're out of Afghanistan.
Biden's a dangerous man when it comes to our national security and our economic well-being, and you really can't.
Is he a dangerous man? So, I'm sorry, Lindsey Graham, can we find clips of you for the last 10 years saying leaving Afghanistan would be dangerous? Huh? Does that exist?
Believe a word he's telling you. Let's just look at what he's telling us about our own national security.
Okay, let's do it. Dude, do you lick your lips like that between every sentence? Because I'm not trying to do this.
The war is over. Well, if the war is over, why we're still using drones to kill terrorists in Afghanistan?
Because we use drones to kill terrorists in other countries that we're not at war in. So, I beg your pardon. As a member of the Senate, are you calling for a declaration of war anywhere the U.S. uses drone strikes against terrorist encampments? If so, get on it, sweetheart.
I can assure you the war between radical Islam and the United States and Afghanistan is not over.
Yeah, but that's not what we were there doing for 10 years.
Here's what's so misleading about the Biden administration. They're trying to convince us that we can be protected from another 9/11 by using drones in Afghanistan. Well, let me just remind you about Iraq and Syria.
So, we don't, I mean, Trump pulled our base, gave our bases to the Russians in Syria. I'm sorry, do we have, does anybody know, do we currently have a giant fucking base that we permanently occupy in Syria?
Biden pushed really hard to remove all of our troops from Iraq. He was told if you do that, ISIS could surge. Well, what happened? When we left our troops, guys, we started using drones. That did not stop the caliphate from forming. The drone program will not stop ISIS from growing in Afghanistan. It did not work in Iraq and Syria. We're very much exposed to a 9/11.
No, we're not. Look at this asshole making this shit up. Look at this. Look at the eye drift. Look, where the fuck are you looking? Again, are we dealing with a Don Jr. Putting Post-it notes on the side of his fucking camera, or is straight up Fox News just saying, Lindsey, we'll have you on, but you have to say our 3 talking points?
Again, this is the same president who told you there was no al-Qaeda presence in Afghanistan about a week ago. He's the same guy that said all of our allies are cheering.
No, he didn't. He said there's 500 there, and they're not a primary concern. We did our job diminishing them, but even those guys are the al-Qaeda that rolled into the Taliban, partly whom we killed, but a lot of them just transitioned from al-Qaeda related to the Taliban itself, which is trying to present itself as a real governing body. So they're under the envelope of the Taliban, and they're both at war, in theory, with ISIS.
He's the same guy that said the Taliban are waving Americans through. You can't believe anything he says, but
they did. It's not even debatable. That whole thing, like we gave a list of Americans to the Taliban, which, I mean, there's no evidence they actually gave a name list, that they really gave just a vehicle list. Like, there's a yellow bus coming, let it through. That kind of shit. And everybody's like, oh, they told the Taliban that there was a yellow bus full of Americans on it. And then the yellow bus got through, everybody on it got on a fucking plane and is now out of the country. But they're still like, oh, they gave it to the Taliban. How could they?
I think in his mind, he believes he's been successful, and that scares the hell out of me.
To your point.
Well, it might be a little concerning that you think he isn't. I'm a lot quieter than the video. I will turn myself up. I think that's wise. It could be it. How about that? Is that a little better?
You can't believe what he says. Senator Graham,
you can't believe what he says. All right, well, just look at the numbers. It's a couple of hundred Americans who weren't sure they wanted to leave, who were told in April they should leave, but were back and forth about it. There was an article by the lovely and talented Diana Falzone, who writes amazing stuff on like the Weinstein case and that kind of stuff. She's an old friend. She used to work at Fox News and left for a lot of the same reason women who are attractive, especially, leave Fox News. If you know what I mean. She wrote an article about, this is the article, and it's about, it's the idea that some people got out and other people didn't. She had escaped before the last U.S. flight from Kabul. Her sister didn't. The last U.S. flight took off from Kabul on Monday, taking with it the last sliver of hope for the reunion of 2 sisters, one who made it out on time and the other who didn't. Technically not true. Didn't take out the last sliver of hope. There's obviously a lot of hope. There's people are making it to the border. They even talk about the options that she has. But I understand this is more of an editor adding that to make you go, oh dear, and read the rest of the article. But there's one particular part of this really stood out to me. Where is it? Let's see. I believe this is in order. All right, here we go. I knew the United States was withdrawing its forces, but I believed it may have kept some of them behind to help Afghanistan's security, which was because this is not the result, by the way, long term of Biden's decision to leave. It was not the result of the resolve to leave at any particular point. It's because the date kept coming and passing. I was like, yeah, we're getting the fuck out. And then, oh, we need a few people in there. Oh, we're getting out, though. But we'll leave a few people in there. And then even Trump's admission yesterday that May 1st was bullshit. They would have left over the course of 2 years, still kept a military base there that probably would have helped the Afghans in, with air support and other shit like that. That promise that existed during that time is why she was led to believe that. This is why a lot of folks, because we never kept that promise till now. We didn't mean it before. And when Biden came in, he meant it. He followed through. And the shock that everyone is feeling is, oh my God, I can't believe they did what they said they were going to do. I knew the United States was withdrawing its forces, but I believed it may have kept some of them behind to help Afghanistan's security. This is why she didn't leave earlier. This is why she and her sister and her mom didn't start exiting in April, because they thought, well, yeah, August 31st, but they always say that. And they kept telling everybody, no, we're for real. Everybody's going. And like, yeah, well, they say that all the time. So this is more of the effect of broken promises than the fact that Biden got out and left people there. It's that for years and years, we kept saying we were going to get out, and the presidents in charge did not do it. And so you can kind of forgive these folks for thinking that, yeah, they don't mean it. They keep saying, they always say they're going to leave. It's been 20 fucking years. They always say they're going to leave. And then what do you know? We finally leave and everybody's like, wait, what do you mean you're leaving? Yeah, we told you 19 times in the last 3 months. We were organizing groups of people out. The embassy was emptying out. The British embassy was emptying out. Everybody was leaving. That's the result of not keeping your promises. That's the result of kicking the can down the road. The people that are dying because they didn't get on a plane, because they were sure, and they didn't wait until the last minute, they were sure that we were going to stay because we always did. Those are directly related to, Obama saying we're going to leave by the end of 2016, Trump saying he was going to leave every fucking week of his presidency and during his campaign. And arguably the end of the Bush administration going, yeah, we don't need to stay there for very long. We just need to do this. Yeah, we're going to batten down a couple of hatches and then we're going to get out of here. Every time a president doesn't follow through on one of these kind of military choices, it leads the people there to believe that they can stick around, that we don't mean it. That's what's happening with these folks. That's what's happening with a lot of the dual citizenship Americans who are not sure if they were going to leave or not, and were vacillating back and forth and didn't sign up to get out of the country, went to the airport a couple times to try and get out randomly, but didn't organize it with anybody because they didn't really buy it. And then they were like, you know what, fuck it, let's go back. So as a leader, one of the reasons why your word has to mean something is that when it doesn't, when you kick the can down the road after you said, yeah, we're getting out, you lure people like that into a false sense of security, like, well, we don't have to leave, it'll be fine. And then when you do actually leave, or they're left alone without that support, there's reason why you would assume that you'll always have that support, because they've always been lying. They've always said they were going to stick around. Biden's a man of his word. He did he was against the surge for this very fucking reason. And when he said we're going to get out, he meant we're going to get out.
Journal today writes, the president and...
Wait, I'm sorry, who? The Wall Street Journal? Who owns the Wall Street Journal? It's not the same guy that owns Fox, is it?
His advisors have decided that the only way out of this debacle is to lie about it, blame everybody else, and claim that defeat is really a victory. Neither one is reassuring about Mr. Biden's character, his judgment, or more ominous...
First of all, fucko, that's an editorial from the Wall Street Journal, which is owned by Rupert Murdoch, who owns Fox News. And you're not... Stop reading that like it's fact. You're an asshole, and you're reading the opinion of another asshole and both of you work for the same company owned by the same guy.
The long 3.5 years left in his presidency.
Hey, you know what shows your character, Steve and Brian, is that your co-host is always a pretty blonde woman. When they hire somebody new, it's invariably, I think they might have had one that was different. is always asked or chosen because she will always wear a short skirt and is forced to sit in the middle, boy, girl, boy, and the camera is right down the barrel. Like, you assholes are waiting for a Basic Instinct moment. Like, that, is that half of your viewership? It's like, this is the day she uncrosses her legs and forgets. Like, all the time. I mean, I can't be the only person who recognizes this bullshit. Christ almighty. By the way, thanks for, don't forget to subscribe on Twitch, you lovely emoji people.
Well, that's true. They're trying.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. He's an asshole. He's reading an asshole's opinion, and you're an asshole for just agreeing with it because they brought you on the show, because they're not going to bring on anybody who doesn't agree with them.
Turned the page.
Yep.
And they're lying about the state of play in Afghanistan. Here's the state of play.
All right, let's get it. This is the state of play from Ms. Lindsey.
The Taliban are in control, but it won't last that long. I'll make a
Okay.
prediction on her show. I think a year from now, the whole country is going to disintegrate into a real civil war. You've got Afghan resistance fighters.
12 tribes, loose-knit group, calls themselves the Taliban, can't functionally run a country. Everybody with any brains is headed for the exit. It's not a real country. It was never a real country, except when we made it into one temporarily. And here comes Miss Lindsey with his make Afghanistan the 51st state argument.
Anchor Valley. Have you heard the president or anybody on his team mention for one moment, let's go help those guys who fought along our side?
They just
Yes. Yes. For months. Has anybody heard Lindsey Graham complain about the special immigrant visa program being hamstrung and sabotaged by Trump and Stephen Miller? For 2 fucking years? For the entirety of of Trump's administration when they were going to get out, right? We're out. We're getting out. We're totally getting out. We're getting out next term, May 1st. But that date's malleable anyway. So that's the first day of a 2-year exit, but we'll still have a base there. Get fucked, you lunatic.
Actually allow women to live.
They just repelled the Taliban.
They repelled the Taliban, but Biden is negotiating with the Taliban.
Uh-huh.
He's putting all his eggs in the Taliban basket. Well,
Sorry. Biden is putting all of his eggs in the Taliban basket. Let's see. Trump, Taliban deal. So let's say you were, I don't know, gonna make a deal, and there were multiple parties to involve in said deal. And you could have involved, let's say you had a basket, and in that basket of deplorables, you had the possibility of yourself, the Taliban, and the Afghan government. And say you're planning on exiting. So you take yourself out of the basket. We're just going to leave the basket alone. And we're not going to involve the Afghan government in these negotiations. So the only eggs in this fucking basket that he's talking about is indeed the Taliban. If anybody put all their eggs in the basket of the Taliban, or put all their Taliban eggs in a basket, I don't know, 5 eggs all around. There's just too many eggs to even deal with this. I think Lindsey Graham early
5 eggs
wins our 5 eggs of the day.
5 eggs in a month.
Yeah.
Eat 2 eggs a day. 5 eggs.
Right. 5 eggs. Trump made a deal with the Taliban to the exclusion of the Afghan government. He did not involve them in this. This isn't even like a mystery. This isn't even like there's a fucking hot mic audio. This was all over the news. Trump bragged about it. He bragged about putting all of his eggs, all 5 of them,
5 eggs
in the Taliban basket.
Taliban and Al Qaeda are one. That's how we got attacked on 9/11 20 years ago.
No, they're not. The Taliban was protecting Al Qaeda, but they were not a part of it. Some members of Al Qaeda overlapped with the Taliban because there are 12 tribes that make up the Taliban, and there's a lot of porous and kind of gangster relations between different groups of them. Some of them are in the poppy trade, some of them are in the war trade, some of them just fucking live in the middle of nowhere, and if you want to go through, you have to pay them a toll, essentially. This like cartoonish oversimplification would be fine if this asshole hadn't been in the National Security Council for years and shit like that. If he wasn't privy to this kind of stuff. If he was just random no-name pundit who wasn't sitting in office, wasn't a sitting fucking senator. But he knows better than this.
ISIS considers the Taliban the Rotary Club, and you've got
ISIS considers the Taliban the Rotary Club. So apparently this is the day we find out that Lindsey Graham thinks that the Rotary Club is someone that you blow up or slit the throats of.
the resistance in Panjshir that's being completely ignored. The Taliban are destroying all the cell towers in Panjshir Valley, so the resistance can't communicate with the world. So I would urge the Biden administration to send satellite phones, start helping the resistance. And if they try to give one dime of aid to the Taliban, I will fight that as hard as I can in the United States Senate, because if you start paying terrorists,
What do you define as giving one dime to the Taliban? If you're giving it to people, if you're giving like aid and like food aid, water and that kind of stuff, are you know, no more water if any member of the Taliban, who's that? I don't know. Anybody who looks generally like that in the entire area, anybody in kind of Western desert wear.
like the Taliban, to get Americans out of Afghanistan or get our allies out of Afghanistan who fought along our side, you're putting Americans at risk all over the world, because it will be open season on Americans throughout the world by terrorist organizations.
So, I see. So if you deal with the Taliban, who are currently trying to form a government and pretend that they can take over the country and run it, and they want to be in charge of every fucking thing, if you negotiate with them or talk with those folks when they're helping get, you know, your people, the British, the French, and other Afghans that helped us, and women and girls in there. If it works, by the way, if it works, and you're talking to these folks and you're negotiating with them and you're going, we'll send you food aid and that kind of stuff, but don't murder anybody as they're trying to leave the country. And you do that. And it's, in Lindsey Graham's way of thinking, that's negotiating with terrorists. That's negotiating with the hostage taker. And Lindsey Graham is soundly in the shoot the hostage wing of the Republican Party.
Senator, we've heard so many stories of our people, our allies, or Americans that are trapped over there and still trapped. There's one that was brought to our attention this morning. There is an interpreter there. He's going by the name Mohammed, and he tried to make it to the airport. They told him, you can get on, but your wife and your 4 children can't. So, of course, he didn't leave them. He actually helped Joe Biden 13 years ago in 2008 when he was a senator, and John Kerry was on this helicopter, and so was Chuck Hagel. They had to land their helicopter in the middle of a snowstorm, and this interpreter is sent in, and he helped so many Americans. Pete Hegseth told us earlier on the show.
Thanks for showing his picture, by the way. I'm sure that it won't get back. He's using the name Mohammed so that he won't be harmed. But here's a picture of him.
And he rescued the senators, and he's still there. And his message to Joe Biden is, hello, Mr. President, save me and my family. Don't forget me here. How are we going to get these folks out that need to be rescued?
I think we're going to try to bribe them out. I think we're putting on the table.
I see. So this is the hostage storyline.
The Biden administration is economic aid to the Taliban. If you release the hostages, the Americans and the allies who fought along our side,
they don't have control of them. They don't have them. These are not hostages. They don't even know that this person exists, except that you just played their picture on the fucking air. They're going door to door and house to house, supposedly hunting people. And a lot of people are, taking names out of their phones and their connections, that kind of stuff. And by the way, who here thinks that anybody at Fox News wants that dude to bring his wife and children to the United States so that they can live here? We'll put that aside for a second. But this guy, they'll negotiate it because whatever the story was about him getting there and they couldn't bring his family because they hadn't done all the paperwork and they didn't know who they were and that kind of stuff. And they've run into trouble like that before. And so they're negotiating a way for them to get out some other way. And all that kind of stuff is happening. By the way, let me see if this, let me see. Yes, Taliban secret to airport. Here's an example of, let's see. Yeah, here you go. This, I don't know why during the evacuation, remove this. I don't know why during the evacuation, this didn't get more news. U.S. worked with Taliban to have militants guide evacuating Americans through secret gates at Kabul airport. One of the reasons why there weren't a bunch of Americans killed in that explosion is because we were working with Taliban militants to escort Americans through other routes to the airport, both before and after the bombing, to save their own lives. Now Lindsey Graham and Fox and Friends would prefer it if we showed an aerial photograph of this while it was happening, as people are getting out, so that we know it's happening, so that the Biden administration can prove that they're doing everything they can. Instead of going, if we told you, they would blow this area up. According to CNN, U.S. worked out a secret deal with the Taliban amidst evacuation. The deal reportedly involves secret gates at the Kabul airport and Taliban militants guiding Americans. U.S. and Taliban worked out a deal setting up secret gates at Kabul airport with Taliban militants guiding evacuating Americans through them until August 31st. CNN reported the deal involved militants helping transport clusters of Americans, and U.S. Special Forces worked with Taliban to organize several daily trips guiding the evacuees. Now, I can't imagine why the Biden administration wasn't completely forthcoming while this was happening and tell the American people what was going on. Why wouldn't they share this information? According to CNN, there were also evacuation call centers manned by U.S. forces, and the Taliban reportedly helped refer evacuees to it. It worked. It worked beautifully. An official who spoke to CNN anonymously said, yeah, because you don't want to actually let people know it's going on while it's going on. The arrangement highlights a more direct tactical relationship between the U.S. and the Taliban during a month where the U.S. withdrew its forces and helped evacuate 123,000 people from Afghanistan. Insider reached out to the White House, State Department, and U.S. Central Command for comment. They didn't give it to you because they might need to keep doing it once the airport is back up and running through international help, which supposedly the Taliban is welcoming. And once you start getting flights back out of there, you can get other people out on commercial flights going, yeah, I don't know, they're just flying to see relatives. Why in the world? I'm sure Lindsey Graham and Fox and Friends is very upset that the State Department and the U.S. military and Joe Biden were not forthcoming in telling them. I mean, why didn't they tell us about this on August 28th or the 29th or the 30th or the 12th or in July? God damn, these people are stupid.
Give you money. That is a dangerous way to do business when it comes to terrorism. And if they start doing that, ISIS is going to turn on Taliban even more ferociously. Do you remember the movie Sophie's Choice?
Oh my fucking God. Do you remember the movie Sophie's Choice? Encapsulate us. Give us your encapsulated review. Lady Lindsay, what is it? Did you give it 3 snaps up? What happened?
Yeah.
Where you had a concentration camp victim had a daughter and a son, and the German said, "Which one do you want me to take?"
Right.
hundreds of people came to these checkpoints, and they had to pick between them and their families. Joe Biden, if there was a contest to screw up Afghanistan and
Excuse me, the planes leaving, just for the record, the C-17s that were leaving were not going to a fucking concentration camp. And the people that went back, who stayed with their families and found another route to it or filled out other paperwork or went to one of these call centers, were directed by the Taliban to go there and had been told months before to start getting out. And they were processing people as fast as they could because Donald Trump stopped the SIV program that would have gotten these people out and their families and guaranteed there would be no wait places between in Qatar or in Uzbekistan or in Turkey or Germany or any of these other fucking places where we have agreements to get these folks out. Hamstrung that whole thing.
America, let's say.
Yes, Lindsey, tell us about Steel Magnolias.
The plan by Joe Biden would have won the contest. I cannot tell you how dangerous life is going to be for those inside of Afghanistan who helped us. And I cannot stress enough how much we're exposed 20 years after 9/11 to another attack originating in Afghanistan.
Right.
Right. Yeah, just right. Just true. What about Yemen? I mean, what about Somalia? The hijackers from Saudi Arabia, why don't we have a base there? Why have we not launched a massive attack on Saudi Arabia? I mean, considering, think about it. Hold on, I need this. Why aren't we attacking? Why? I mean, have you heard Donald Trump? There are tons of Yemenis and people from the Middle East coming across our southern border. Why don't we have a giant military base in Mexico to fight them? When are we going to go over there, Lady G?
Because the strategy we have in place will not work.
So the over the horizon.
The strategy we have in place will not work. The only strategy that works is us to stay for fucking ever. Never leave. Make Afghanistan the 51st state so that those fuckers can never come here. Know what I'm saying? Doobity-doo.
It doesn't exist because it comes from the Middle East, because we can't get any of the stands to allow us to base. It's
Did it work in Iraq and Syria?
It didn't, and it takes too long to get there.
Did it work in Iraq and Syria?
No,
Did it work in Iraq and Syria? Has a 9/11 been staged from Iraq and Syria? I mean, ever?
And that's what brings me to my other point. He said we shouldn't go for the threats of 2021. We shouldn't be going by the threats of 2001. He says we face threats from al-Shabaab in Somalia, al-Qaeda affiliates in Syria and the Arabian Peninsula, and ISIS attempting to create a caliphate in Syria. Okay, al-Shabaab, we have people in that region. Al-Qaeda affiliates in
Al-Qaeda, we have people in that region, do we? Are we in control of the government and the military there? Do we have permanent installations? We have people there. Just people. It's people.
and we were there. He doesn't know we're in Syria. But guess who is in Afghanistan? The number 2 guy to bin Laden after Zawahiri is now in Kabul. The Haqqani network affiliated with al-Qaeda, the closest and the most lethal.
Sorry, who would that be? Are we talking about Baradar?
They are providing the security, and the Taliban have people with them that hate them that are even worse than the Taliban. You don't have to travel out of Afghanistan to meet our enemies, Senator. What does he...
Right. But they have to travel out of Afghanistan to do anything to us or to our allies. And that's true of Yemeni terrorists and Somalian terrorists and a lot of Central African countries, a lot of Middle Eastern countries. And if they don't get out, who gives a goddamn? Our goal should be to allow the women and girls who are in that country who do not want to live under that the Taliban or any group like that to find a way to exit safely, or to stay and support whatever uprising they want to do within their own country, the same as any other country, instead of this looking at them like they're fucking pets.
Well, I think he's delusional about the situation on the ground. A week ago, he said there's no al-Qaeda presence in Afghanistan. Well, I about fell over when I heard that. The number 2 guy in the Taliban organization is
And we mean number 2. Just saying for the record. Hold on. Seriously. All
Haqqani member with a $10 million bounty on his on his head offered by the U.S. government. It's illegal under our law to negotiate with foreign terrorist organizations. I think the Taliban are a foreign terrorist.
I'm sorry. That's interesting. Run that by me again.
Our law to negotiate with foreign terrorist organizations. I think the Taliban are foreign terrorist organizations.
I'm sorry. Run that by me again. The who is a what?
Number 2 guy has a $10 million bounty on his head. Real quickly, let's look at Syria and Iraq. We have organizations. I think the Taliban. It's illegal under our law to negotiate with foreign terrorist organizations. I think the Taliban are a foreign terrorist organizations because the number 2 guy has a $10 million bounty on his head. Real quickly, let's look at Syria and Iraq. We have American soldiers.
Real quickly, let's just revel in the fact that Lindsey Graham just said on Fox and Friends that Donald John Trump made an illegal deal with a terrorist organization while he was president. I'm sorry, is there another way to interpret his bullshit? The fuck are you talking about? And having a moment in a Mexican standoff where you're like, all right, put your gun down, I'll put my gun down, we'll all do this at the same time. Is that the same deal as going, hey, look, if you want to kill that guy, I don't really give a shit or whatever. I just want to take my shit and go? For fucking real. Well, I guess that's a piece of news. Lindsey Graham says on Fox and Friends that Donald Trump negotiated with terrorists. Progress indeed. Perhaps Lindsey Graham's office would like to respond to questions about when Trump is going to be indicted for negotiating with terrorists. I mean, right? For fuck's sake.
Inside of Syria working with the Kurds to keep the keep ISIS from coming back. We have 5,000 people almost inside of Iraq to make sure ISIS doesn't come back. We have special forces on the ground in Africa to deal with Al-Shabaab. What's the one theater where terrorists are there by the thousands? We have no troops. Afghanistan. Where's
right? Now, do we have, for example, troops everywhere there are terrorists by the thousands, like Yemen, for example? No. And are we the primary force and the primary government in areas where Al-Shabaab is functioning, or let's say the Iraq government, which stands on its own, which, if we did leave, wouldn't be overrun by ISIS in an afternoon, for example, to give a kind of parallel?
one place that we got attacked from 20 years ago, Afghanistan.
By Saudis. Hold on. Let's see. Well, at least, let's see. So the Saudis, most of the hijackers were Saudi. Images for Trump Saudi bow. It's surprisingly easy to find. These folks. There's a little video of this fella. Trump called a hypocrite for Saudi king bow. There you go. Yeah.
Biden has learned nothing in the last 20 years. This is the biggest mistake.
Oh no, he's learned a lot. He was against the surge. He was like, we should have done that then. It would have saved a lot of lives. It would have saved a lot of American money and a lot of weaponry falling into terrorist hands. We need to get the fuck out, and they didn't.
Since 9/11, he's put our nation at risk. Who's going to fight along our side after we abandon all these allies in Afghanistan? And the likelihood of another 9/11 originating from Afghanistan is 10 times greater than it is from Iraq, Syria.
Yeah, 10 times 0 is 0.
Yeah, or Africa.
And nobody's been fired. They all have their job.
Yeah, they're not going to be fired. They're not. And by the way, these are the same assholes who, that think Derek Chauvin was railroaded. So
So we're in for this chaos for 3.5 more years.
20 years after 9/11, the Taliban is back in control.
And they got a casket of us with a flag draped over it. That's how
Yeah, it's empty. Who gives a fuck? Are we going to set up a base in every country that creates, that burns us in effigy? Get the fuck out of here.
they are.
You haven't heard of any threats, have you?
Oh my God, I can't. Well, let's look at it this way, guys. How smart do you have to be to figure out that if Al Qaeda and ISIS are roaming freely inside of...
That's not what she asked you, asshole. You're putting that together. You're creating that theory that that's where the major threat is. There's a British and French casket there too. Remember, because they're buying the whole graveyard of empires bullshit. Here's what, if the right wing had any guts whatsoever, here's what they would be saying about Afghanistan. There is no threat within that country that is organized in any way that we couldn't hit it from the sky or use satellites to track it down. And there's no reason for us to be in that country because there's no worthwhile elements there that we can't get somewhere else that don't require risking soldiers' lives to get them, like lithium for batteries and bullshit like that. And if the Chinese and the Russians haven't learned this lesson and they want to roll in there and try to make deals with warring tribes and ISIS and the Taliban and a bunch of bullshit and draw that attention to them, they're going to have caskets with the Chinese and Russian flag being carried around Kabul in a couple of years too. It's not the graveyard of empires. Everybody who's fought in Afghanistan eventually went, is there a way to just go around this fucking area? Nobody wants it. The Iranian border to Afghanistan is not there because the Afghans fought it back. It's there because the Iranians were like, yeah, we don't need anything past those mountains. That's a bunch of bullshit. Same thing with Pakistan. It's useless land. It's tribal land. There's no functioning government. There never was. We held one up for a while, but unless we want to make it the 51st state, we want to get the fuck out of there. There are legitimate threats, and there are countries with functioning governments, which means functioning corruption, which means functioning weapons trades that we have to be worried about. Afghanistan is not one of them, not anymore.
Afghanistan, and the only thing protecting us is the Taliban. The Taliban doesn't have the will or the capability to protect American interests. We're blind and we're naked. Yes, I've heard of threats. It's just going to be a matter of months, not years, before the threats materialize. The training camps will be open pretty soon for Al Qaeda, and ISIS is flourishing. The number of ISIS fighters.
By the way, are you the new Baghdad Bob? Are you just now the PR wing of ISIS and Al Qaeda? I mean, I understand you want points against Joe Biden, but at a certain point, like you just basically substituted ISIS and Al Qaeda for Donald Trump. You're just blowing smoke up their ass.
Doubled when they had the jailbreak. This is a witch's.
Oh, I'm sorry, the jailbreak? You mean where they killed the current leader of ISIS when they broke their guys out and a bunch of other ISIS fighters broke free, but they were just random assholes? Or do you mean the 5,000 Taliban fighters that Trump negotiated out of jail, forced the Afghan government to release? Or the leader of the current Taliban?
Of evil in Afghanistan. The vacuum created by this stupid withdrawal has put us at risk. Thousands of...
So you were against the May 1st date? Just going on record? Right? I mean, is this not Lindsey Graham also going on record? May 1st was bullshit. That it should have never been made a date because you don't give a date to your enemy, right? Until you give a date to your enemy. Till Trump gives a date to the enemy, then it's okay. I mean, then that's smart tactical leadership. Because he's not going to live up to it. That's the trick. That's his 5-level chess. Is that you're playing regular chess, and he's got someone sneaking up behind you to blow your brains out and saying, "I won at chess."
People fought along our side are going to get killed. They just shot a guy for being a folk singer. Do you think the Taliban is really any different? I promise you this: if we try to legitimize the Taliban, I will I will declare war on the Biden administration in the U.S.
Yeah, you know, why, if the Taliban decides to do anything, if we start recognizing them, then Miss Lindsey will do their work for them. I will declare war on my country's government. Who needs the Taliban when you got Lady Lindsey?
You got to get the majority.
And we have an open border.
All right, Senator.
Don't forget open border, and these Yemenis are coming across the bottom. Oh my God, why don't we have a base in Mexico?
Graham,
Well,
thank
hopefully
you.
get some Democrats that are not completely blind to what's going on.
Well,
Thank
let's
you.
see. All right, sir, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Senator Lynn.
derp. So what do we get out of that? Lindsey Graham hopping on Fox and Friends, admitting that the May 1st removal date was dangerous, stupid, and bullshit. That leaving it all was never going to happen under his watch. And if we did, it was just waiting for the next 9/11. So to keep the next 9/11 from happening, since there's a 9/11 every year, we have to stay in Afghanistan for all the years. Forever and all the years. And of course, Iraq and Syria are the same because they have functioning governments, functioning militaries, and their own sovereignty. And we gave 2 military bases to the Russians in Syria and allowed the Kurds to be killed by the Turks because, you know, strong leadership. That really showed the Al-Qaeda there. All right. I mean, I do think there was a bit of news in that, which is Lindsey Graham admitting that he, along with the Trump administration and everyone involved, knew or thought that the May 1st deadline was bullshit punting in line with all the punting that has happened leading us to be in Afghanistan for 20 fucking years. And that the big shock to them that apparently has them clutching pearls all over the fucking place is that, it was, you know, if you ever left, it would be a crime against America. So never leave. And the fact that Biden decided to leave is like, what in the world? How is that even possible? Well, it is, and we're done. And if there's Al-Qaeda training camps that start up, that start messing around, we have every opportunity and every possibility of being able to hit them. There is no current functioning Afghan government of any sort to even push back against it. And we're not going to hit those bases right away, those Al-Qaeda training camps and the like. And by God, let them all rush in there. Corral them. Imagine a military strategy, if you will, where there's this satellite group and this satellite group and this satellite group and this satellite group, and they live amongst civilians and other people, and they train people. And every time you want to strike one of them, you have to be concerned you're going to hit more civilians and all that kind of stuff. And then you open up basically a territory where no one wanted to control it in the first fucking place. And they all go there and set up camps in the middle of fucking nowhere in mountainous regions and in, autonomous camps that are, Al-Qaeda only. And you can hit them from the air without sending soldiers in. That's not preferable to, say, having to deal with them in and amongst the population in a particular group. No? Is there a strategic mind in any of these fucking people's groups that they could talk to? Anybody that would go, yeah, tap the brakes, dumbass. Because what are they saying other than make Afghanistan the 51st state, stay forever? All right, so everybody, by the way, thinks this at Fox News. This is the other angle they're using, which is you wouldn't leave anybody behind. Never mind the fact that Trump was intending to leave all of the Afghan interpreters and their families behind. All of them. Not the ones that didn't coordinate with, American forces and figure out a way to get out or get everybody and their family on a list or bring who they were going to do or do it in a timely fashion or start leaving in April, No. All of them. The Trump administration and Stephen Miller and Donald Trump as human beings personally were hamstringing that entire process, guaranteeing that all of the Afghan interpreters and scouts and assistants and all that, and their families would be left there to be killed because, of course, that keeps them from coming here. So all of them. Then we talk about the fact that Trump's big plan to get out of the fucking country. And remember, this is Laura Ingraham saying a real president wouldn't leave a single American behind. Well, Trump was going to leave an entire base open forever there, meaning more soldiers being sent to Afghanistan, more missions in Afghanistan, more firefights. If the Taliban eventually took over, because we we're not involved in that shit anymore. We're just having our own base. We just have a base. We're just to repel borders. The Taliban takes down the Afghan government, and then the Taliban is at war with ISIS. And the way that ISIS knows we'll strike the Taliban is by intermingling amongst them and then sending suicide bombers to our base to kill our service people and any support staff we have that come and go. Transportation. I mean, we're going to fly anything in and out of there. We're going to be an autonomous base that we only touch from the sky. That's going to be constantly under rocket fire and other shit. And we're going to have to constantly be bombing. And then there's no way we don't hit some civilians in retaliatory strikes, which foments an even more violent reaction, which means the chances of Al-Qaeda or somebody desiring to hit us from that country is greater. It's just dumb. I mean, it's just fucking goofy. But let's hear what Ingram, a real president wouldn't leave a single American behind, she says.
Shrinking president. That's
our
the
amazing shrinking president. That's our focus tonight because we made a graphic and we're not going to let all that money we send to Fiverr go to waste.
of tonight's angle.
It's pronounced ongle.
Biden thought that he'd wipe away the national disgrace of his Afghan withdrawal by addressing the nation with an angry and hectoring tone today.
An angry and hectoring tone. If Trump used that phraseology, she would call him an Ubermensch and the clear leader of the human peoples on earth.
We reached out 19 times to Americans in Afghanistan with multiple warnings.
Biden, look at the quote. Leave 10% of Americans behind. Like that was his directive. What? Look, I know that you're going to selectively cut shit, but you're just making that up. Biden, quote, leave 10% of Americans behind. I mean, think about that. Think about like how morally bankrupt and emotionally delicate and intellectually vacant you would have to be to type that into on behalf of Laura Ingraham, whoever the fuck works, her producer or the staff member that they have type in to the lower third for her. Is that what he's going to say in this quote?
The decision to end the military airlift operations at Kabul airport was based on the unanimous recommendation of my civilian and military advisors. Their recommendation was that the safest way to secure the passage of the remaining Americans and others out of the country was not to continue with 6,000 troops on the ground in harm's way in Kabul, but rather to get them out through non-military means.
Right. I mean, it's not macho. I know these guys wanted Chuck Norris and Steven Seagal to roll in with Scott Baio and Ted Nugent playing music on top of the tank in some sort of right-wing version of Tank Girl. But I can't wait to hear Laura's take on how this should have gone down.
Then 2 weeks ago, Biden said we'd stay until every American got out of the country. But today,
that wanted to.
He claimed leaving 10% behind was a win.
The bottom line, 90% of Americans in Afghanistan who wanted to leave were able to leave. Secretary of State Blinken.
By the way, he's talking about all across the country. And that's because they're not counting people who went to Pakistan. These are dual citizenship people. Some of them took their families, went to Iran. Other ones went across the border into Uzbekistan. Other people are making their way through or were evacuated through other means. They're not all going out through Kabul.
Leading the continued diplomatic efforts to ensure safe passage for any American who wants to leave Afghanistan.
Joe Biden thought he...
Sorry, what? I thought he said leave 10% behind, like a tip. Isn't that what he was saying, Laura? You weird-looking person. Maybe it's just the lens. No, I thought he was just gonna you leave 10% behind. That's common, right? If it's like if I mean only if you get good service from the Taliban. It's a 10% tip. You leave behind 10% of the Americans, right?
reverse the public's growing distrust of his presidency with bragging and meaningless counterfactuals.
Imagine if we'd begun evacuations in June or July, bringing in thousands of American troops and evacuating more than 120,000 people in the middle of a civil war. Still would have been a rush to the airport.
Yeah, no one doesn't think this. And by the way, this is our light bulb president. I don't know what the transition button they're using is, but I mean, just do a cut, just do a crossfade.
Bottom line is there is no evacuation from the end of a war that you can run without the kinds of complexities, challenges, and threats we faced. None.
And a slew of
Are we saying ex-military officer called for Austin Milley to resign over Afghanistan debacle? I'm sorry. This is the part where you have a guest come on and explain in minute detail, Laura Ingraham, you have them explain how you could, so that everybody watching can go, oh, they're talking out of their ass. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Top military officials vehemently disagreed with him in a letter yesterday, and they echoed what I've been saying on this show. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Mark Milley, need to go immediately.
Well, yeah, that's because those guys that you're talking about, and you particularly, wanted to stay in Afghanistan as a military force forever. Again, you're in the 51st state crowd.
The nearly 90 retired generals wrote, the consequences of this disaster are enormous and will reverberate for decades.
What do you mean? The 2 decades we were fucking in that country? Because that doesn't seem to be the part that's going to reverberate for decades. The thousands of lives we lost and that were lost there by the Afghans, the $2 trillion we spent, the $140 to $300 million a day that we were spending. Yeah, New York Post is also Murdoch. You see the bit of a news circle jerk that's going on here today with Fox and Friends quoting the Wall Street Journal and her going with the New York Post.
Adversaries are emboldened to move against America due to the weak.
Are they?
Displayed in Afghanistan.
See, you don't think there might be a little concerned that every day we're not in Afghanistan is another $140 million that we could spend elsewhere, technically, like building up our own country, building up security, I don't know, making drones to strike them like that would occur. Like, you wouldn't feel some semblance of security if they were in Afghanistan just wasting money? No? That wouldn't occur to you?
Of course, the media, well, they gave
her audio's too loud. I apologize. Hold on.
just little coverage today, which is a tad different from how they reacted anytime senior military or intel officials hammered President Trump. But back to our current shrink.
Well, the consistency is about getting out of Afghanistan and dealing with that reality. See, the problem is you had a president last time who said he was going to get out and didn't, and now you have a president who says he's going to get out and did. That's where the criticism gets, varies, vacillates, and people will be taken seriously or not based on that. On the preconceived notion of whatever the news source is on how they felt about being in Afghanistan. If they were supporters of staying there forever, of course, they're going to attack Biden. If they're, say, I don't know, at the Wall Street Journal or the New York Post or Fox News, if they wanted to make Afghanistan the 51st state, but of course, with no citizens' rights and everybody just stays there. Sort of a territory thing, like a barbed wire version of Puerto Rico.
President Biden. It's obvious from everything that's happened over the past several weeks that he doesn't care about the outcome here, only what it means for his personal poll numbers. Take, for example, today's report about Biden's July 23rd phone call with former Afghan President Ashraf Ghani, who since fled the country with a bunch of cash. Now, Biden wasn't focused on the facts on the ground as much as how it would look if things ended up collapsing. In much of the call, Biden focused
on what he called the Afghan government's perception problem. I need not tell you the perception around the world in part. Oh yeah, this is the idea that the government is going to fall as soon as these guys come, and you guys can't fight back, and you suck, and we're pouring all this money into you. You need to push back. You need to tell people that you're going to stay, because the perception is you are, but everybody thinks you're going to fold like a house of cards. Yeah.
On what he called the Afghan government's perception problem. Mm-hmm. I need not tell you the perception around the world.
Let's see. If I perceive that the people in a house I am going to invade are weak and unarmed and will probably leave out the back door as soon as I kick in the front door, my chances of doing it are way higher, whether or not it's true. And the more they perceive that, the more I feel like I'm just going to run in there guns a-blazing, right? That's the theory. So if you have a perception problem that you're going to fold, and the military is basing what they're doing on that perception, and that reaches out through the whole country, and only 2 million people were involved in your last fucking election cycle, and we're spending $140 to $300 million a day in Afghanistan, you goddamn right you have a perception problem.
And in parts of Afghanistan, I believe, is that things are not going well in terms of the fight against the Taliban. There's a need to project a different picture. Well, once again, he and his team are not immersed in the details of the operation, but instead on the optics and the possible political.
They don't give a fuck about it here. We were leaving. Do we give a fuck about the stability from a national polling level, the stability of other countries in the Middle East? Do you give a shit? Do you know who runs Yemen or why? No, of course not. Unless it affects our national security or the national security of our partners, or there's some sort of like specific humanitarian crisis going on. People don't pay attention to that shit at all. Hold on. I've got another Facebook sales troll in here. Boink. Boink. So the perception is the Taliban thinks you're going to fold, and they think the military is not going to fight. And that's going to speed up their takeover of the country, and it's going to demoralize your troops and demoralize everybody in the fucking government, that as soon as we leave, you guys are going to go to shit. And it's going to make our exit even harder. I don't even know why this is a question. Like, why? I know she thinks she's making points on this, but is anybody geopolitically or intellectually this dumb? I mean, can someone please give everyone at Fox News, like, the manga graphic novel version of Sun Tzu's The Art of War? And secondly, Fair and Balanced is trademarked at Fox News, because a trademark doesn't have to be true.
Out. During Trump's entire term in office, all we heard from the left was how unpresidential and how disrespectful he was, and how he trampled on political norms. Remember all that?
Yes, I do. I don't see why that was a mistake, and seems to reflect reality.
It was Mr. Joe Biden, the most experienced president ever, who was actually unpresidential and disrespectful at the Dover Air Force Base this past.
Oh, I see. When they're doing live strikes on the ground. He looked at his watch, but he was also touching the rosary on his wrist at times. Bo's rosary, which he was wearing. I'm sorry. Here he is, though. I mean, they're doing live strikes. They're trying to get people out on a deadline. He literally is interacting with this kind of things. What's the difference between this picture of Joe Biden at the dignified transfer and Trump? Trump stopped going. There were some folks who had some harsh words for Joe Biden about his decision and how they thought it affected their loved ones and resulted in the death of their children. But you know what? The next time that we have a situation where there's a dignified transfer of our troops, and God willing, we never have to have one, especially during, the Biden presidency. I'm sure he hopes that they never have another one, that he'll be there too. And the fact that he was told off by somebody won't stop him from coming. Trump stopped going in 2017 and never went to another dignified transfer because one of the moms was mad at him. But please tell me how it's leadership.
Monday. Now think about this. All he had to do was stand there and show.
It's weird because all Trump had to do was show up.
Genuine respect and empathy. But what he'll be remembered for is looking at his watch and some perfunctory comments to parents.
It didn't go well. He talked a bit more about his own son than he did my son, and that didn't sit well with me.
In reference to the checking of his watch, that didn't happen just once. That happened on every single one that came out of that airplane.
I couldn't look at him anymore after that, just considering especially the time and why we were there. It was, I found to be the most disrespectful thing I've ever seen.
By the way, I have no notes about what they said. Those are grieving parents, and even regardless of whether their perception is genuine or not, whether their experience is reflective of what really happened or just their projected perception because of the circumstance is immaterial, or whether they were wholly right about that. Doesn't matter. These are grieving parents. No comment. My next comment is about that asshole. It's about Laura Ingraham, which will make the case that it was the most disrespectful thing ever. That she'll probably quote him. We'll see.
But this is who Joe Biden is.
You mean the guy who actually goes, even though we're in a withdrawal that is the largest in history, that is hinging every hour. They had a terrorist attack that killed these folks, and it could happen again, and we're almost out. Yeah, that's who he is.
He's always been a small-minded grifter who's generally been considered a self-promoting buffoon for most of his.
I beg your pardon. Who? Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Where did that come from? That's fun. I literally typed in Trump, and this is the first thing that came up. The video above, giving the gift of Trump, reveals what the mainstream media won't reveal, that there is, in fact, a constitutional cure for the dire conditions of this country. Simple, unstoppable, and restores 45 as our American president in days, not years. Triumph, get it? In days, not years. Tidney, in case you need a nickname for it. Patriot soar. And this is the video. It's a 9-minute video, and it tells us so much. Giving the gift of Trump. This is the gift of Trump. Giving the gift of Trump. Fair use notice. We're not paying anything. Oh.
We have a country a year from now. I'll show you that our founding fathers have built a constitutional backdoor to help America out of this horrible predicament in which
that's what Trump is, America's backdoor man.
Now finds itself. Half the country feeling the election was stolen.
If I'm showing you this video, am I regifting Trump? Am I giving the regift of Trump? Sorry.
The other half unwilling to look at the evidence contained in over 2,000 signed affidavits. You'll see the constitutional.
No, I looked at a lot of the affidavits, not all 2,000 of them, but all the ones that Rudy had, and they were all bullshit. But yeah,
backdoor as the basis of a
seem focused on the whole backdoor thing.
Constitutional plan called Trump in Weeks, which I and my team.
Trump in Weeks, something my team. How about Trump is weak? Maybe that's probably better.
Developed and then detailed on the Trump card. So when we play the Trump card, that action will serve to get Donald J. Trump re-inaugurated as president in weeks, not years.
It's one of my favorite Trump pictures, by the way.
And we'll have fun doing it. And
yeah,
fun.
It'll be a party. I mean, who doesn't want to just kill a bunch of police and soldiers in the process of installing a second-generation rich kid who could fuck up a free lunch?
Exactly the reason I've dedicated this to our dear old friend, Rush Limbaugh. A fan for 30
because he willed you 30,000 opioids in his will, and when you no.
5 years. The biggest thing I may have learned from Rush regarding politics is fun wins, despair loses. I never had the good fortune to attend what were called Rush rooms, places where Rush fans and friends gathered during showtime to laugh and share the always uplifting mindset which Rush.
Yes, the always uplifting mindset of things like Barack the Magic Negro and calling feminists feminazis, all the while getting his housekeeper to smuggle drugs for him while he said on the air that drug dealers should be killed and that drug addicts should be jailed.
Brought into our world. It just proves when conservatives are having fun,
When Trump is giving hand jobs,
is winning. This presentation, playing the Trump card and giving the gift of Trump, is all about having fun and encouraging sharing with fellow conservatives.
It's sort of like Trump the home game.
Fellow patriots. But if the
children. Who is this? I don't know. This is a website called patriotsore.com. They just made it up. It's immaterial. It's another one of these like lunatic fringe Trump supporters. This is part of Laura Ingram's audience.
Ball politics, which will.
By the way, the point is, I was looking at. She was saying that Biden was a self-promoting buffoon. Let's see. Trump asks for donations. Let's see. Let's see. So contribute now for 1,000% match. From no one said no one ever actually. Let's see. This is account Trump handled losing his election. Let's see. Trump gets little support from major surprise Trump birthday to opt in. Trump asks supporters to send money to his PAC instead of the GOP. See if this guy's in here. I think this will probably happen.
Decades of rising temperature.
Hold on, we'll take this down. This is the Build Back Better ad, which I think is good, like ironically, to play before something, Trump related. This is from CNN Politics.
90% of our water at record low levels right now. That's why Congress needs to pass President Biden's Build Back Better plan to put Americans to work combating climate change and protecting the water we all depend upon. Because climate can't wait.
You say the president's attempts at a hostile takeover of Republican money are walked back a little bit.
A little bit, John. So the president...
Let me see. I want to see if she plays his... Do they play his video where he asks? Just... No. Because they scrubbed that... Oh, it was on Rumble. Hold on. Now I'm down that hole. Hold on one second. We played it on the show a while back. Where they had his site. Let's see. This is the Donald J. Trump one, way back here. Wellington, Ohio, Fox and Friends, well, I'm having Coleman, Alabama. Here you go. This is a video from Donald J. Trump. This is called Surrender in Chief. This is on Trump's own Rumble channel. Surrender in Chief. Joe Biden lied to America and to the world when he told us America was back. Instead, he surrendered to the Taliban. It's time you know the truth. This is the, just in case anybody thinks that Trump isn't a self-promoting buffoon. So here we go.
America is back.
Highest inflation rate in the U.S.
The border is collapsing. I'm a COVID infection.
Amplifier power. We summoned new...
By the way, that crackling audio was on their end. I think it's supposed to be in effect, but whatever.
This is a recruitment ad.
he needs to play the tripping Biden thing. It's his
embarrassed.
Diplomacy is back.
Now the Taliban are back. It was not in an imminent threat environment.
The likelihood there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is highly unlikely.
They own the whole country now, the Taliban does.
are now in complete control of Afghanistan.
How did President Biden get this so wrong?
First of all, the mission hasn't failed.
By the way, congratulations, Jake Tapper. You finally won. You made it into a Trump ad.
Yeah.
If this isn't failure, what does failure look like exactly?
I don't care if you think I'm Satan reincarnated.
Wait a minute. Seriously, for a second. Like, let me check.
That's why he wasn't nominated in 20.
Okay, yeah, it's not me. This is their footage.
Why they're responsible? Zero responsible.
China is ready for friendly relations with the Taliban. We have to ask the Taliban for permission for American citizens to leave. True or not true? They are in control.
I can't think of anyone better to lead this operation than
Chanting death to America.
Seriously, though, like, what a piece of shit. That got 12,000 rumbles. Joe Biden's ruining America. And this is, this guy looks like a lot of fun. Biden kills America. Way to have faith in America. Does Joe Biden even like America? America first. Joe Biden falls America. I think they meant fails, but I get it. America versus Germany. Joe Biden putting America in a terrible situation. The world needs America now. This breaks my heart. There you go. So the audio was shit on that, not by anything that I did, for the record. So anyways, continue.
16 after being vice president to Barack Obama for 8 years. Think about it this way. Over the past 50 years, Biden never said anything significant or meaningful. Never.
Never said anything significant or meaningful. Biden on Violence Against Women Act 1990s. Like that. This is 9 years ago.
Thank you so much. It's great to be with so many people that I agree with. It's a nice feeling in this town when that happens, I tell you. And this is an issue that, at least in the past, has crossed party lines. This is an issue that has been something that I, at least I hoped and thought, General, that we're beyond questioning the need for the Violence Against Women Act. I can remember as vividly as it was yesterday, when way back in the 80s, I, as chairman of the Judiciary Committee, got a report from what the general will tell you is called the Bureau of Justice Statistics. And I saw that while violence crime against men in this period, we all talked about violent crime and the effect of cocaine and all these things about and crack and how gratuitous violence was manifesting itself in ways we hadn't seen. That although violent crime, I thought, was rising relative to everyone, it was actually trending down for men. It was trending down for young men between the ages of 18 and 30 even. But violent crime, according to statistics, was actually up as it related to women over the same period of time. And I can remember thinking to myself, how in God's name is that? How do you explain that? And literally, as some of you in this audience who were with me, or I should say I was with you from the beginning, we actually resolved we were going to do something. We're going to find out why, and we're going to do something about it. Without boring you with the journey that took us to the passage of the Violence Against Women Act, I can tell you how we went about it. And I think it's important in order to figure how we go from here. I went about it by first getting people to acknowledge that there was a problem. Now, it's kind of hard to believe, but the biggest issue back then in the early 80s was their willingness to recognize this is a problem. Remember when you came and testified that this was a problem? Folks on the left and the right and the center, the one thing I was convinced of, all had to acknowledge first and foremost, before we do anything, that this is a problem. I argued it was a crisis. Because once people acknowledge in our society that a problem exists, then right-minded people, almost regardless of their political disposition, right-minded people will decide how to figure out what to do about the problem, to do something about it. But it really was first, is there a problem? And that's when the next phase of the journey took place. Rather than attempting to do everything that at least I thought we should do about the problem, as chairman, I decided that it was more important to have a unified Congress and a unified nation on the issue than it was to have the perfect bill. Because there were certain things I remember sitting with, as some will remember, with old Strom Thurmond, and saying, literally, look, on this issue, you have to acknowledge there's a problem. Let's agree on what we can agree on to begin the journey to fight the problem, and then we'll go back and fight later about what else has to be done about the problem. Because I know from experience, and unfortunately I have a great deal of experience in the Congress, I know that if you try to do it all, you don't generate a consensus. And the single most important thing is for us to have a cultural consensus that this is a god-awful problem.
Okay, so that's Biden talking about re-upping the Violence Against Women Act and how he was pivotal in crafting it, convincing everybody that there needed to be a bill in the first place, getting it passed, and it saving lives. So I just wanted to give you a little touch on, and that's clearly not all he did in his time in Congress and in the Senate and as vice president. There were a myriad of things, but I thought this was particularly interesting considering the case that she's just making, which was, hold on, let's see, we'll play this.
It was the same. Biden never said anything significant or meaningful. Never.
So that either means she doesn't know about this, which she obviously does, or she as a human being does not believe that the Violence Against Women Act and the women it saved are consequential, are of consequence, deserve saving or helping.
And it was the same today. His speech was supposed to mark the end of our longest war, and yet he literally sounded like any random liberal pundit, like one of the Joys, Behar, or Reed.
I'm sure they're horribly offended by that idea.
And trivial. Even Trump-hating Bill Kristol panned it.
At the end of a 20-year war, you should give a presidential speech. You should reflect on what it meant. And instead, it was a very kind of legalistic, defensive defense of debating points in a way, what he had done over the last few weeks. The impression is...
Well, that's because, unlike the end of other wars, there's a lot of vacillation about whether we should or whether we shouldn't. And there's enough of those people yammering about and Monday morning quarterbacking that you actually have to answer some of it. The problem that most people find themselves in when they say he sounded defensive was that they took it personally. That the architects of the war and the people who thought we should stay in forever felt personally attacked. And Bill Kristol was one of them, even though he doesn't like Trump. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. That does not mean he was ready to get out of Afghanistan and stay out.
Quite meeting the moment, I think.
Well, first of all, I never thought I'd ever agree with him again in my life, nor did I ever think I would ever play a soundbite from Bill Kristol, but there you have it. Anything's possible. It's almost as if Joe Biden's disappearing before our very eyes.
Is that what's happening? Because it looks like He's about to pass the biggest infrastructure bill ever. He passed the biggest rescue package ever. He ended our longest war when everybody else said they were gonna and never did. The only reason it seems like Biden is quote unquote disappearing and why is because people are feeling confident in his leadership, and we're going back to the zone of politics by autopilot.
He's just not all that relevant. The real political debate will continue between the hard left and the rest of us who want to save America from socialism and decline.
Oh, you mean the hard right?
At least through the midterms, domestic policy is in the hands of Schumer and Pelosi. Important foreign policy decisions going to be largely determined going forward by the EU and China, certainly not by this little fellow.
Well, the State Department enacts policy, they don't create it. That's why it's an appointed, not elected position. I'm sorry, you were being stupid. Please continue. By the way, Jesus was not a socialist. Socialism is a political act. Jesus didn't give a shit about the means of production. Jesus was the means of production because he could magically turn fish and loaves into a lot more fishes and loaves. I appreciate where you're coming from. Fugelsang says that a lot too. It's a silly comparison. I think he just loved people. You can leave it there.
The rest of the world doesn't take Biden seriously. His own people don't even take him seriously.
Really? Because we got out on the day he said we were getting out. They didn't go, I know he said 31st, but we'll stay through another couple of weeks. Sorry, did anybody do that? Anybody? No? It seems like his staff and everybody working around him and all the generals are taking him at his word. When he says the 31st, we're getting the fuck out. Unlike Trump, they were like, yeah, oh, totally, we're totally getting out. Oh, yeah, we're getting out. Yeah, whatever you want. It sounds like the military and the staff around Trump didn't take him seriously.
Either they don't let him answer questions, or they carefully choose the reporters he'll take questions from.
Ladies and gentlemen, they gave me a list here. The first person I would...
Yeah, they did 2 people there, I think, at that one. And then he took some other questions of his own. They gave him a list of people that they knew would get out, like AP and Reuters, which goes out to a lot of news organizations. And in order in who they were, who was there representing Reuters, who was there representing the AP, and I think New York Times and Washington Post. I don't think he got to either of those. I think he did those 2 main ones. And then he asked, then that's the same situation where he talked this fucking Ducey's kid.
Instructed the call on was Kelly O'Donnell of NBC. I'll take your questions, and as usual, folks, they gave me a list of the people I'm going to call on. I'm not supposed to take any questions, but go ahead.
You're President on Afghanistan?
I'm not going to answer Afghanistan now.
Can you just...
Yeah, we're not supposed to take any, we're not, there's no debate happening here. And any discussion about it is all about tactical stuff on the ground and what's going to happen and who's where. I'm not going to tell you that shit. You want to ask me about the fucking infrastructure bill? Maybe we'll chit chat. What about in Afghanistan? What gator is everybody using? Jesus Christ.
America will be out. President Biden.
Can you believe that?
Can you believe that? I mean, at least he could have stayed around and called them the enemy of the people and said that they were evil and they should probably all die. I mean, if he was a real president, he'd say the press was the enemy of the people. Say the enemy of the people. At least come out and say the enemy of the people. Don't just turn around and walk away when they're asking dumb questions about shit you can't talk about because people's lives hang in the balance. I mean, come on.
Today, he wouldn't answer any questions. He was just a warm-up act for Jen Psaki, who occasionally does her best to spin Biden's incoherence. But Biden had that mask on as he turned around. He made sure to grab that. Great job, Joe. No one in the history of the world has ever changed his or her mind on anything as a result of a Joe Biden speech. And no one ever will.
Well, Strom Thurmond did. About the Violence Against Women Act. Strom fucking Thurmond, who was a fucking monster and was against it and then eventually voted for it. So, I mean, look, if you want to talk in absolutes because you think your audience is ignorant, knock yourself out. But unfortunately, the internet exists. And a lot of these folks, I mean, all they're going to see is compilations by you and Fox News of Biden walking away from dumb questions. And they're never going to look back at Trump's fuck ups. They're never going to talk about Trump having, beg your pardon, let me call something up. You're not ever going to play those wonderful moments from Trump like,
we're going to be appointing very pro-crime judges.
Or things like,
Michigan gave us Motown, gave us Motown, gave us the Mustang.
or a set of, I think, police.
They're not allowed to be offensive, unfortunately.
Or decided to rewrite the laws of physics.
That's better than a brick because you can't throw a brick. It's too heavy.
Yeah. So nobody's going to go and look up the Violence Against Women Act specifically or the assault weapons ban and just work on that. Yeah. How about this? Bring on Ginny Thomas and ask her if anybody would give a fuck who she was. If Joe Biden had been one of the people who shepherded her husband through the process of becoming a Supreme Court justice. Whoops.
His own people don't even take him seriously. Either they don't let him answer questions or they carefully choose the reporters he'll take.
All right, I did that part. Hold on.
Who occasionally does her best to spin Biden's incoherence. But Biden had that mask on as he turned around. He made sure to grab that. Great.
Yeah. At least he didn't, shove a light bulb up his ass and drink bleach.
Joe. No one in the history of the world has ever changed his or her mind on anything as a result of a Joe Biden speech. And no one ever will. But after this latest disaster, not a single world leader is paying any attention to Joe Biden anyway.
They just had a G7 meeting and they're in full agreement about the strategy going forward. That never occurred to anybody? Okay. She probably thinks that Joe Biden was taking instruction from the other members of the G7, I guess.
He and America under his leadership is diminished. Everything he touches goes sideways.
Really? Because the economy's kind of coming back pretty strong, just saying. I mean, have you talked to Stu on the Business Channel? He was crowing about the stock market just a couple days ago. And the Fed says we've plateaued with inflation and it's on its way down. Sorry, you were talking about lumber prices? What was it?
Then he ends up getting angry at you when it does. He blames others, as he did with Donald Trump today, while claiming at the same time that the buck stops here.
Yes, he was given a date by his predecessor. He extended it, and his predecessor didn't do any of the planning. And yet they met the date they set.
Let me tell you what a real president would have done today.
Okay, taken real responsibility, treated families of fallen with respect. Oh, I see. So he would have at least shown up at Dover. And he would have, I guess, how do you mean taken real responsibility? Like not gotten us out and stayed in Bagram?
He would have taken actual responsibility for what
It says real, not actual. I'm just saying. Just keeping it 100.
And he would have treated the families of the fallen with real respect and real compassion.
By not showing up, because who needs to see that? You've already been through enough.
Wouldn't have talked about his own family or his own loss.
Well, it's because Trump doesn't like his own family and doesn't believe he's ever lost.
He would have fired everyone responsible for the catastrophe.
Oh, so you're not talking about Trump at all? Because Trump never fired anybody. His producers fired everybody on the Apprentice, and then of course he would never fire anybody in the White House. He would have other people do it because it scared the shit out of him.
Reassure the American people that under his watch, our troops would never again be left as sitting ducks, and that our country would never
left as sitting ducks. Trump was going to leave soldiers there in Afghanistan forever
and be humiliated as we were in Kabul. And a real president, a real man, wouldn't have left 10% of Americans behind in Afghanistan.
Well, I don't know how many. What was the percentage of Americans in Afghanistan would it take to keep Bagram open forever? About 13%? Ah, I see.
He wouldn't have left one behind.
Not one. No? But how about the Afghans that helped us? All of those, though. Laura, you can't possibly be for bringing those people here. I mean, think about what you're saying, woman. They're like all brown and stuff.
Unfortunately for us, for America, we won't have a real president for at least another 3 years and 5 months. And that's the angle.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
How is that an angle? And apparently, according to her standards, we didn't have one for the last 4 years. By Laura Ingram's own standards, Trump was not a real president or a real man. See, there can be crossover. We can agree. Okay, let's, Colonel Sanders apparently in here. And by the way, I would like to show you something about this particular clip of Glenn Beck, posted by him on his channel, which has 610,000 subscribers. I'm just reminding everybody to like and subscribe and give us a thumbs up. I mean, come on. I know it's a fledgling show. I haven't been on for years and years and years. They've been on for 20 years or some shit. They've been on YouTube since it existed. So, understood. Takes time. I get it. But 8,557 views, and you got 610,000 subscribers, I kind of call bullshit. The suspenders are a nice touch, and a knitted tie. All right, not exactly a power tie, unless you're Amish, I suppose. But this is titled, Glenn Tears into Biden's Afghanistan Success Speech. And obviously he's taking the whole thing incredibly seriously, as he's going to tear into it because he's smiling as we open the clip. It's all a big joke to Glenn Beck. I mean, what are we really talking about here? It's not a big deal. And what do you think the odds are he does his voice at some point? Or while Biden's talking and he plays clips, he does his old man voice in there. What do you think? I mean, he's basically got a comedy coin he flips. Let's see. Drink. Here we go.
I don't know about you, but I'm excited. Did you see the president's speech last night or yesterday? Yeah. It was Pat. Did you enjoy it?
Oof.
Yeah.
Like I've enjoyed few things.
Yeah, and Stu, I saw your.
This is either depending on your intellectual capability, verbal irony or sarcasm, but it's what idiots have instead of a sense of humor.
Last night, I thought you were going to have a brain hemorrhage.
I did in the middle of the show.
Yeah, but he had a missing organ that makes that impossible.
Surprised you could talk.
If you can detect, I am still a little raspy. I lost it, and I basically blew a gasket for 20 straight minutes on this thing last night. It drove me.
I see. So you didn't really listen to it. You were just kind of screaming through the whole thing. You just yelled over top of everything. That's for 20 minutes straight. I see. Sounds well balanced intellectually and psychologically. I can't wait to hear his take on everything.
I know we try to avoid the word now, but I think it applies. He's just evil.
Yes, Biden's just evil. He's also incompetent and isn't actually running anything, and someone else is pulling the strings, and probably Kamala Harris through Barack Obama, and that means Hillary Clinton. But he's evil. Just evil.
Evil incarnate.
He's not a good guy.
Evil incarnate. And then Stu comes in with the hard hit. He's not a good guy.
He's not.
I mean, I watched that last night. He does not care.
He doesn't
care
not
at all about what's going to happen to these people.
Yeah.
About the interpreter that actually helped him specifically in 2008, who is still stuck.
Are you going to post the picture like Laura Ingraham did so that the Taliban and folks know who he is and where he is? No? Well, that's nice. That's better, I suppose.
The country, he does not care. Doesn't care.
I don't think any.
I'm sorry. Do you want him to come here? How many? You guys, you do realize you have to go into a whole diatribe about how you want to welcome Afghans to this country for their own safety, especially the interpreters and their families. You do realize you have to go into that so that anybody watching doesn't know you're incredibly full of shit and hypocritical and really didn't give a fuck until you thought you could use it as leverage against Biden.
People do, quite honestly. I really don't. I don't think many of the people who are in Washington, and especially those who are the ones who are claiming all this woke crap, they don't have any empathy. They don't.
Yeah, that's the big sign of people who are woke, is the lack of empathy.
Have empathy.
Sorry, what kind of empathy are you talking about? I mean, you were for the May 1st date, allegedly, of Trump's, where there was no plan to get the interpreters or anybody else out?
And I don't think President Biden has it. And, I don't know if I'm going to go down the evil road with you. But
Join me. Join me. There's plenty of room.
Join me. Join me. Now at the end. All right. Here's a cut one from Joe Biden.
Last night in Kabul, the United States ended 20 years of war in Afghanistan, the longest war in American history.
Okay, it's not. It's
completed
not.
one of the biggest airlifts in history.
Oh my God!
More than 120,000 people evacuated to safety.
I want to see that.
What is he going to say, that the Korean War is longer? Is that the argument? Because we have a base in Okinawa, so technically World War II hasn't ended.
Do that.
That number is more than double what most experts thought were possible.
Oh yeah,
no nation,
twice as good
no
as
nation
possible.
has ever done anything like.
And again, this is why they have a hard time with it. And again, I don't have a problem with you going through the speech like I do with clips and breaking it down. But what they do is they talk over it because they're afraid of you hearing what is said. I'm not afraid of you hearing what is said in any of the clips I play. That's why I pause them. Yeah, it takes longer. This is why on radio and stuff you play cuts, and then when you come back from it, you editorialize, you give your point of view on it. But Glenn and his crowd have to talk over what they're playing, because if you actually hear what's going on, you might actually agree with it, and it would make their blather sound like bullshit to even their supporters.
In all of history.
They didn't have to. Other countries don't have to do that.
Had the capacity and the will and the ability to do it, and we did it today. The extraordinary success of this mission was due to the incredible skill, bravery, and selfless courage of the United States military and our diplomats and intelligence professionals.
See, again, they jibber jabber over the top of it because they're toddlers. I mean, old bloated toddlers who never skip dessert. And boy, did Glenn get back quickly from the Middle East somewhere. So right now, the airlift is over. The 31st is over. And Glenn just decided to pack it in. There are people still over there, supposedly, according to them. And Glenn's no longer a part of the whole Nazarene mission or whatever it was to get Christians out of the country, and only Christians. So if you're a Christian and your wife is Muslim and hasn't converted yet or whatever, you're going to have to leave her behind. They sure as shit got back fast.
Success argument is the most incoherent thing I've ever heard in my life. Yeah. It's like saying hey, we were playing with matches and gasoline in the house, and then we successfully evacuated out of the third story window by jumping to safety. Well,
yeah, it's a great analogy. So the entire Stu, if I may, the analogy is that the 20 years of the Afghan war was that we were playing with matches. And let me help you out. Let me flesh out this analogy for you. So the last 20 years has been us playing with matches in the house being Afghanistan. And then obviously fucking around with matches for that long, you're going to set fire to the house. And then eventually when you leave, you're not going to be able to leave through the front door because arguably the first floor is on fire, the second floor is on fire. So you get to the third floor and you're going to have to jump out a fucking window. And it's going to be messy, but your choices are to burn to death or jump out a third floor window. And you jump out the third floor window to save your own life, to avoid the fire. And someone is there across the street calling you an idiot for not coming out the front door of a burning house. Is that where we're going?
Wow, what a congratulations, I guess, is what I would say to that.
Imagine Ronald Reagan making this speech.
Well, I can't because Ronald Reagan was busy doing Iran-Contra. So he would, if he made this speech, he would have gone, I don't recall. Let's see. Reagan, Iran-Contra, Oval Office. That should probably find it, right? Let's see. Something like this.
My fellow Americans, I have spoken to you from this historic office on many occasions and about many things. The power of the presidency is often thought to reside within this Oval Office. Yet it doesn't rest here. It rests in you, the American people, and in your
This is your fault.
trust. Your trust is what gives a president his powers of leadership and his personal strength. And it's what I want to talk to you about this evening. For the past 3 months, I've been silent on the revelations about Iran. You must have been thinking, well, why doesn't he tell us what's happening? Why doesn't he just speak
3 months. Why doesn't he just tell us? It's 3 months.
to us as he has in the past when we've faced troubles or tragedies? Others of you, I guess, were thinking, what's he doing hiding out in the White House? Well, the reason I haven't spoken to you before
None of us were thinking that.
is this. You deserve the truth. And as frustrating as the waiting has been, I felt it was improper to come to you with sketchy reports or possibly even erroneous statements, which would then have to be corrected, creating even more doubt and confusion. There's been enough of that.
Yeah.
Paid a price for my silence in terms of your trust and confidence. But I've had to wait, as you have, for the complete story. That's why I appointed Ambassador David Abshire as my special counselor to help get out the thousands of documents to the various investigations. And I appointed a special review board, the Tower Board, which took on the chore of pulling the truth together for me and getting to the bottom of things.
Yes, pulling the truth together for me.
Now issued its findings. I'm often accused of being an optimist, and it's true. I had to hunt pretty hard to find any good news in the board's report. As you know, it's well stocked with criticisms, which I'll discuss in a moment. But I was very relieved to read this sentence. The board is convinced that the president does indeed want the full story to be told. And that will continue to be my pledge to you as the other investigations go forward. I want to thank
The other investigations go forward.
members of the panel, former John...
His own investigative panel decided that he wanted you to hear everything about Iran-Contra. The actual congressional ones, not so much.
Senator John Tower, former Secretary of State Edmund Muskie, and former National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft. They have done the nation, as well as me personally, a great service by submitting
Me personally.
a report of such integrity and depth. They have my genuine and enduring gratitude. I've studied the board's report. Its findings are honest, convincing, and highly critical, and I accept them. Tonight, I want to share with you my thoughts on these findings and report to you on the actions I'm taking to implement the board's recommendations. First, let me say I take full responsibility for my own actions and for those of my administration. As angry as I may be about activities undertaken without my knowledge, I am still accountable for those activities. As disappointed as I may be in some who served me, I am still the one who must answer to the American people for this.
That's weird. Why is he blaming all these other people and not taking, while he says he's taking responsibility and the buck stops with him, why is he blaming all these other people?
And as personally distasteful as I find secret bank accounts and diverted funds, and as the Navy would say, this happened on my watch. Let's start with the part that is the most controversial. A few months ago, I told the American people I did not trade arms for hostages. My heart and my best intentions still tell me that's true.
My heart and my best intentions. My brain and my document signing hand, however,
Facts and the evidence tell me it is not. As the Tower Board reported, what began as a strategic opening to Iran deteriorated in its implementation into trading arms for hostages.
all right, there we go. So again, should we go back to Laura Ingraham talking about how you can't make a deal with the terrorist organization? Lindsey Graham, I keep getting them mixed up. Lindsey Graham saying you can't make deals with terrorist organizations? All right. Anyways, please continue, guys.
Today, we all watched as the Space Shuttle Challenger reached its greatest moment. This is a great day for NASA. Now, many people will focus on the explosion, but that teacher that went up, she went higher than anyone else in the and that's what we promised, that she would be the first in space. And we are just going to keep on going because nothing went wrong.
And no nation has ever picked up so many individual pieces of a space shuttle in such a short period of time.
I see. So the 123,000 people who evacuated, men, women, and children, Afghans and American service people and stuff, are, according to Stu and Glenn Beck, shrapnel. They are junk. They are evidence that they were elements of an explosion. Like, I mean, these guys have always been analogy challenged, but this is gross.
You don't dare question me about the solid rocket, the solid fuel boosters. How dare you say there might be something wrong with the O-rings?
I know they're fascinated by this analogy and they think they've actually hit on something. But they would be better to go back to one of the NASA things where people were injured, and if NASA we think it was a win overall because we learned a lot, and there's things we would have done differently, but we feel like we've successfully tested this piece of machinery. There were a bunch of those. None of them really made the news, but everyone died in the Challenger explosion. Everyone.
Yeah.
Do you know how many fish we saved from falling space shuttle debris?
Jeez.
It's more than a...
What? I mean, keep digging, Stu. I love that they think this analogy works. Because you do realize that you have to kind of factor in that Trump's... if you follow this analogy, Trump's plan was to never launch the Challenger and just blow it up on the ground. But also make sure there were plenty of service people near it all the time while it was on fire. While it continued to smolder, send in more astronauts. I mean, if you're gonna like create such a bullshit analogy, at least follow it through.
Been saved
more than have ever been saved
in American history.
That is what he's doing.
If this is an extraordinary success, what does failure look like to this guy?
Failure looks like Trump leaving office with everybody still there, telling us yesterday that he was bullshitting about May 1st, that his drawdown would have taken 2 more years, that the Taliban's deal to not kill Americans would have expired, and they would have gone back to killing Americans as of, I guess, May 2nd or the 31st, depending on the punt or not, and that we would have just stayed in Afghanistan another 4 years and another 64 Americans / 1,000 Americans, because we'd have to put 10,000 troops on the ground to defend the base and defend all the other bases if we were going to stay in the country like Trump had planned. That's what failure looks like. Failure is all the people who never got us out. The standard of could this have been done better only works if you have a version where it was tried or someone pulled it off to compare it to. And you have none because Trump was a nutless scrotum and a coward.
I hate to see it. I would hate to see what...
Let me tell you something. I wish, and I may show this picture on tonight's broadcast.
Uh-oh. Emotional Glenn.
When you have seen the concertina wire, the razor wire that was all over the gates of the airport and all around the border fence.
Yeah.
When you see that, and we've seen pictures of people throwing their babies over that fence, right?
Yeah.
No, you've seen them handing their babies to American soldiers. I don't know that anybody threw their baby over a barbed wire fence. Honest to God. I sure hope somebody's there to catch you. Yeah. What are you talking about? Who the fuck you never saw anybody throwing their baby over a concertina wire fucking cement wall? What kind of, was it laces out? Did they get a good spiral? What the fuck are you talking about? Show the picture of the dude throwing his baby. You mean tossing them up to someone because they couldn't reach?
Marines catching them.
Yeah, just catching them. Just boom. They're giving out a new Heisman Trophy.
Haven't seen are the pictures that I have seen of the babies that fell into the wire and then fought their way out and didn't.
What the fuck is with the audio on that? The babies that fell into the wire and fought their way out?
Make it. I've seen those photos. You need to understand how bad this situation was.
Yeah, it was us leaving Afghanistan after 20 fucking years. But that problem isn't because it was handled poorly. It was just that it occurred. There is no circumstance where you don't have to put razor wire on top of the fence. There is no circumstance where we're leaving Afghanistan for good, where people aren't going to rush to the airport. There isn't. And even you can't make the case that there wouldn't be. All you can make the case for is that if we're going to evacuate people from Afghanistan, it should only be Christians, verifiable Christians that are apparently on some list from the Nazarene group.
Okay? Anytime he says this was a success, I want you to remember the image that you now have in your head.
No, you don't get to put like a magic, parkour baby where you're just, in my head, I see a baby flying through the air, getting caught in concertina wire, crawling out, but dying anyways. Randomly. Because America decided to leave Afghanistan. I'm sorry. Is it wrong that I also picture the soldier with a catcher's mitt? This is a serious situation, and I refuse to let this asshole paint mental pictures in your fucking head. Show the goddamn picture. Blur out parts of it. And if it's a picture, show me the fucking video before and after. Show me where it's the part of the airport that we're controlling versus the part of the airport that the Taliban is controlling. Don't paint a picture in people's fucking heads, you coward. Show it.
This was not a success.
Yes, it was. Because it's a success within the realm of possibility. It wasn't the magic success of if only Donald Trump had been allowed to do this, if only people had listened to Donald Trump, and he was the one who created if they'd have just followed his breadcrumb plan down the Sugar Plum Freeway, and you make a left and get on the yellow brick road, and then it's basically 2 lights and you're there.
By any stretch of the imagination, and people need.
But here, you know what a stretch of the imagination is? You telling people to envision in their head babies being thrown into concertina wire, crawling out themselves and dying because Marines were not catching them, or people were just throwing their babies into that and going, keep that in your head. That's the stretch of imagination. Get the fuck out of here.
Be held accountable, because if this is.
Yes. When is Joe Biden going to be held accountable for the fantasy I'm painting in your head? Get the fuck out.
allowed to stand. And these people are allowed to just continue on with no ramifications.
Well, no, there's a ramification. There's an election in a couple of years. Don't forget to vote. Make sure you register.
You do not want to see what our military will turn into.
What? Yeah. Bad. What? They're going to turn in their catcher's mitts? The fuck are you talking about? You think our military are going to be less capable, less caring, less resolute, weaker? What the fuck are you talking about? This asshole flew to a five-star hotel in Qatar to do his report for 2 days, while other people flew commercial flights out for private Afghans charging $2,000 a seat when it was $147 to fly to Delhi. And our military are fucking weak? Honest to God. We're just supposed to believe that like anything this asshole or Stu or whatever the crusty dude next to him says is meaningful on any scale.
I am telling you now, we will become the darkest force ever.
What the fuck? When did we become the first order of the empire? The darkest force? What? We're going to be the Nazis now because Glenn Beck painted a picture of women chucking babies into razor wire. So now our soldiers are fucking Nazis? The fuck are you talking about?
Ever to walk the earth.
Ever. Fuck the Mongolians. Genghis Khan killed 1 million people in one day, but that's nothing compared to what we're just going to refuse to catch all the babies chucked our way. Get fuck off. I'm seriously, this is far too serious a situation to take anything this dickhead said seriously. What, the darkest force?
With our technology and our resources, with our fighting machine that soon can be run robotically.
Yes, we're this close to sending robots into war zones, and the robots will be saying, "Throw your baby to me, throw your baby this way," and people will chuck their baby like that and go, "Psych." I don't know what he's talking. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
We will make the Nazis look like rookies.
Okay, I notice it's your first day on the force there, Klaus. Yes, I'm very nervous about this whole thing. I've been a brown shirt for a couple of days, but it's my first day in the SS, and I don't know what to do. Don't worry, I'm a U.S. Marine. If anybody can teach a Nazi how to do what's right, it's me. Fuck. Huh? We get out of Afghanistan, and suddenly our soldiers are Nazis? The fuck are you talking about?
If you are listening to me and you are in the military, you need to stand up today.
You're not their superior officer. Maybe they've been told to be at ease. Maybe. Why do you have to stand up? What do you mean? Fight back against your drill sergeant or your leadership? What the fuck are you talking? What is this? What is this? What are you asking for? You're going to be turned into robot automatons if you start doing shit like following orders. What?
You need to demand accountability. Do you know the only one that has paid and had to pay for accountability is the Marine colonel that stood up?
Yeah, the guy who was actually calling for an insurrection, was being insubordinate, questioned his leadership on video instead of personally. And by the way, if you're in the military, don't listen to Glenn Beck. Do not go on fucking Instagram and shit talk your superior officers. You will not continue in the military, because I'm just saying that's how you have a fighting force fall apart in the face of an enemy, not stick together. So yeah, anyways.
He's the only one that's been held accountable for anything.
Well, that's because he's the only one that did anything wrong. Actively wrong.
This must not continue.
It's not going to continue. We're out. I mean, I know. I thought you were talking about the Afghan war. No, the whole the bullshit where you were pretending to give a fuck about people in Afghanistan. Yeah, that ended yesterday on the 31st. Like, you don't. Yeah, you don't actually. We know you don't give a fuck. We know you stopped caring. You're back here. I mean, it's over. So 31st came, and I mean, there's people in country who might need help getting out, and there's people arranging for that and trying to help those people or whatever. You're not one of them, obviously. You don't give a shit about Christians trapped in Afghanistan. Obviously, that caring had a expiration date. Your love of Afghan Christians aged like milk.
Listen, by the way, in hour number 2, because I'm going to give you some real stats.
I don't doubt it. Right. Let me guess. You have a 54-inch waist. And your collar vacillates based on the amount of Jell-O.
All right, cut to.
The Taliban has made public commitments.
Oh my
broadcast on television and radio across Afghanistan.
Why don't you say so?
On safe passage for anyone wanting to leave, including those who worked alongside America.
Stop. Stop.
Now, stop. Look, just because it's actually working.
If they made TV announcements, then
and radio. Don't forget radio.
Yeah. And there are no assholes on radio. I feel seen.
And the Taliban, talk radio can't be trusted, but the Taliban can be trusted on radio.
Now, I don't know if they've tweeted it. I know they still have access to their Twitter accounts, but I don't know if they tweeted it.
Last night, I was getting a report from What's Going On. And
is that a newspaper, What's Going On? Can you subscribe to What's Going On?
I can't give you any details, but
because it's a subscription-based service, and I mean, you click the terms of service, and that's part of it. I can't give you any details or any pictures, but I want you to imagine, if you will, that what I'm saying is true.
I will tell you this:
yes, my anonymous sources,
Taliban cares less about the people who were helping 20 years ago and translating. They still will kill them, but
but they won't have sex with the corpse afterwards. They care less. They'll kill you, but then they're after you're dead, they're just gonna. That's just them getting warmed up.
Actively hunting for those people who have translated for us in the last 5 years. And anyone who says, they're going to let them through their checkpoint.
Well, there you go. There's Glenn's dumb guy voice. And this is a good look for you, Glenn. This is how we all imagine you look inside every time you see a mirror.
I didn't know their ass from their elbow.
I'm sorry. Who didn't know their ass from their elbow? What?
Translated for us in the last 5 years. And anyone who says, they're going to let them through their checkpoint, doesn't know their ass from their elbow. They have no idea what's going on, or they are lying. So, Mr. President, which one is it?
Let's see. Where's a good one? I'm trying to find one with an interview. Okay, that's older. Hold on. Afghanistan. How many refugees are there, and where will they go? Thousands of people are scrambling to flee Afghanistan after the Taliban seized back control of the country almost 2 decades ago. There's now. The United Nations has warned that up to 500,000 Afghans could flee the country by the end of the year. Well, no. Obviously, you don't know your ass from your elbow. They're not going to go anywhere. They're not going to be let through. And it's called on neighboring countries to keep their borders open. Current crisis comes on top of the 2.2 million Afghan refugees already in neighboring countries, and the 3.5 million people forced to flee their homes within Afghanistan's borders. So somewhere between 2.2 and 3.5 million people in combination, both directions, have or are fleeing and are going past Taliban checkpoints. Let's see. More than 120,000 people were airlifted out of Kabul airport after the Taliban took control. There's the people. This is how they went. The height of the operation, U.S. said its military planes were departing the airport every 39 minutes. We know about that. What happened? What's happening on the border? The Taliban control all the mainland crossing points within Afghan's neighbors. And reports suggest they are only allowing traders or those with valid travel documents to leave the country, which are the people that we have. However, many of those trying to flee because they fear for their safety under the Taliban rule will not have any paperwork. The UN has urged Afghanistan's neighbor to keep their borders open to refugees and called on the international community to support those. Taliban-controlled crossings. Here. Taliban-controlled airports, 4 of them. But Uzbekistan, which borders the north of Afghanistan, has said its main crossing point is closed to ensure security and that there are no plans to open it. That's why we're flying people in. Pakistan has the longest border with Afghanistan, has also said it will not accept refugees, with its U.S. ambassador telling the BBC, we are already overburdened by refugees and it is beyond our capacity to host any more refugees. Last week, satellite imagery of the Spin Boldak crossing point between Afghanistan and Pakistan showed a large crowd of people gathered on the Afghan side. That's right there. This is last week. Okay. How many have fled their homes? So let's see. Where do the refugees go? Okay. 1,004,000 have gone to Pakistan. 780,000 have gone to Iran. Germany took 181,000. Turkey took 129,300. Austria's got 46,000. France has 45,000. Greece has 41,000. Sweden's got 31,000. Switzerland has 15,400. India has 15,000. Italy has 13,000. UK has 12,600. Australia has 12,400. Belgium has 8,000. And Indonesia has 7,000. Germany was third with 180,000. What are countries doing to help? UN has called on its member states, both Pakistan and Iran, saying they cannot cope with the further influx of Afghan refugees. Turkish security forces patrolling their border with Iran help an exhausted Afghan family. Oh, look at little pudding. Oh, look, concertina wire. They have to replace this every day because of all the babies that get caught in it, and then they have to throw them back if they're not big enough. They're not keepers. I don't know what the fishing rules are. Danger lies on Kabul road to freedom. Here you go. Look at this, people throwing people in. This is the airport. This is old. Here's the airport. Checkpoint scene in Interior Ministry. Crowds gathered at airport's main entrance. The Taliban set up checkpoints on the airport road. Taliban fighters have controlled the exterior of the airport. Let's see. A woman was injured on her way to the airport. People have been scaling the boundary wall of Hamid Karzai International Airport. That's on the civilian side, by the way. Here's people handing children to these things. I don't see any concertina wire. Obviously, this is where the babies are getting caught, so they're having to cut the wire to get the kids out, and then they die anyways, according to these guys. This is not much of a catch. From a sports standpoint, he was clearly caught in a jacket. Sometimes if you don't have a glove big enough. Traffic jams on key routes. There's a bunch of people getting out. Desperate Afghans storm the tarmac. This is on the early parts of that. Okay, so don't know their ass from their elbow. Nobody's getting out. It's a total failure.
Do not really know what's going on? If so, the 25th Amendment should be invoked.
He's serious. He's very serious. He's very upset. He's getting crucial information from what'sgoingon.com, and he's very upset about this. It fucked up his whole audition to be the next Colonel Sanders. And I know Colonel Sanders, and you, sir, know Colonel Sanders.
If you do know what's going on, then you should be impeached for lying to the American people on such a grand scale.
Well, I'm not. I know what's going on, but I don't hold office, so I can't be impeached. All I can do is sit here and call bullshit on what you're saying. while you're flipping out and pretending to care.
Is staggering. Finish the clip.
Finish the clip.
Next clip.
Let me be clear. Leaving August the 31st
Oh, this one.
is not due to an arbitrary deadline.
Oh, it's not?
It was designed to save American lives.
Oh, my.
Is
my.
that hard to take?
Oh, my.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my. Oh, my.
What are you talking about?
It wasn't an arbitrary
my.
deadline. It was based on the Taliban deadline that they told us where there's going to be consequences.
Sorry, if what? If we extend more than 3 months past the negotiated time that Trump negotiated with the Taliban, which Lindsey Graham, Lindsey, I get him and Laura Ingraham mixed up. Lindsey Graham said was negotiating with terrorists.
You're not out by then.
Yeah, they gave us the red line. Yeah, it was the Taliban.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What was that? What was that Taliban red line based on? 3 months past the agreement with Trump, when we would be out and that they would refute. They wouldn't kill any of our soldiers and shoot on any of our people as long as we left by May 1st. Biden negotiated an extension because no arrangement had been made to get the Afghans out. But let me understand something. All three of these assholes know this and don't give a fuck. Don't let the crocodile tears and the freak out fool you. First of all, none of these fuckers are really for leaving. All of them pretended to be because they supported Trump getting reelected, and he was using it as a reelection point the same way he used it as an election point. But even he was going to bullshit that date on, and it was going to require another 10,000 soldiers if we broke that deadline with the Taliban. They know it. They know it. They know, all three of them, well, they've heard it. It's gone in one ear and out the other, in their eyes and out their ass. But all of these folks know that Trump struck this deal and that the ceasefire would be broken as of August 31st. That was the longest extension we could get that didn't put us into an entirely another cycle of having to put soldiers on the ground.
That deadline was not our deadline.
And I wonder if he used that. It was designed.
No, our deadline was May 1st. But some asshole in the White House last year and his buddy, Stephen Miller, stopped us from getting the people with special immigrant visas out of the goddamn country. And so we had to push. And we pushed it as far as we could.
Save American lives on the Gold Star families that just had 13 of their family members slaughtered.
By the Taliban, by the people that we made a deal with? Is that who did it? Or the people Trump made a deal with? Or was it ISIS-K, who was fighting against the Taliban, wanting to kill Afghans who were trying to leave the country and killing more of our folks, and just used it as the strike point? Did they let them through because they wanted to hasten our retreat and scare the Afghan people, their own people, away from trying to leave because they needed people to run the government? And they were afraid of a brain drain. And if so, staying longer is a smart move. I mean, honestly, can we just stop pretending these assholes give a fuck? This is all for show. Fuck you. These guys are also a part of the Afghanistan is the 51st state, but just no travel visas.
So this was designed to save lives. And in addition to the 13 Marines and Navy personnel, there's 170 others that were killed. You're not doing a very good job of saving lives if that's what this was about.
It couldn't have gone.
I'm sorry. How many would have died if we'd have stayed? Once the ceasefire ends that Trump negotiated, where he released 5,000 Taliban and gave them a new leader out of jail in Pakistan, and undermined the Afghan government and the military and said, you guys can have at it, fuck it, you can work out a peace deal, but I'm not even bringing them to the table. You just promised not to shoot our guys and we're out. What happens when you break that deal in the territory that we're in without 10,000 more troops on the ground?
Better though. Do we have a Biden retreat speech earlier evacuations available? Can we do that one? Because this one,
I have to.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Gasket. Here we go.
I may not be able to be. I may not be able to be on the air.
Well, I mean, Glenn, we all know you're emotionally unstable. Unstableable. We can't put you in the stables. Unstable, and that not only are you nuts, but your coworkers know it, and it's an inside joke in your organization that you lose your shit and are unable to comprehend reality. And the only real joke is that I guess they labor under the false assumption that there's a time when you aren't fucking bananas.
Because I have so much to say, and I will get people
And
killed.
none of it makes any sense. I will what? You'll what?
I say because I have so much to say, and I will get people killed if I say information that I shouldn't, and I also may just kill my entire business if I say what I feel.
Oh, you mean that we should overthrow the U.S. government and murder cops and soldiers in the street and you know, was it you that brought the wood for the fence? Or I mean, the gallows and said hang Mike Pence at the Capitol? Was that you? Because that's what he's talking about. This is what I mean. I guess this would qualify as what people call toxic masculinity, when guys with nutless guys, in an effort to make everybody believe they've got balls, yammer a lot about how tough they are and what they could do. What do you mean? You're gonna lose your show because you're gonna call for the murder of someone? Not because they deserve it, but because intellectually you have a moral on-off switch. You can't operate any other way. By the way, the Mormon Church should be very proud.
So you want to talk about coming close to saying naughty words on television?
Yeah,
I could.
me too,
I
on
was
radio.
so
Naughty words on television. Fuck you.
So many times got halfway down a word and stopped mid-syllable.
Can I say something to you? When you said that, I almost said naughty words. You mean like this? I almost said it just now.
Oh my God. You guys are so close to like cursing and saying.
I told you at the beginning of the show, we were at a full-fledged duct tape alert. And
So you're going to play an air raid siren and you're going to laugh while we're all not taking it seriously enough. And you know inside information that's just horrible. So you're going to put here. I tell you what, I have one of those soundboards too. Glenn, how about this? This is a little more appropriate for you. How about that? How about this one? I think that's a little better.
they don't happen very often on the program because we're so numb inside, really, that your head doesn't
Yeah, that's. I think that's mostly diet.
Anymore, but your head just might explode. Here's the next clip from our fearless leader.
Now, some say we should have started mass evacuation sooner.
No.
And couldn't this have been done in a more orderly manner?
No. It was perfect.
I respectfully disagree.
Thank you. Do. Good for
Imagine
you.
If we'd be-
Again, listen to these guys talking over the clip. They're not pausing it. They're interrupting it because if you heard it by itself, it undercuts their argument.
Evacuations in June or July.
Yeah. Wait, stop for a second.
Why
the
is that the
deadline
marker?
when he took office was May 1st.
Yeah.
Why would we start in June or July?
Because there was no plan to help the Afghans that helped us get out of country, and the process took a long time because there were tens of thousands of them, and including their families, and you needed places for them to go and a way to facilitate vetting them so that they could come to this country or go to other countries and separate anybody who might mean us ill from that crowd. And you didn't want to just leave them there. The Trump administration undermined the CIV program and intentionally was intending to leave behind all of our Afghan interpreters and their families, all of them, not some of them, not the ones that were complicated and that didn't file and weren't kept track of and had been in and out of the system or were in and out of the city or didn't get there until late. No. All of them, with the intention of them all being killed so they're no longer our problem. That was the Trump's plan, the Trump administration's plan. That and never leaving. Then they would all be killed, and then we just we just have a military base up at the top that we would just have to deal with suicide bombers year round.
He's saying this as this outlier possibility. It's after the deadline.
Right, which we all watched yesterday that Trump said was bullshit.
That deadline of August 31st was not arbitrary.
No, I'm saying the May 1st deadline.
No,
he takes office. There's a May 1st deadline.
That one was.
He's saying, what if we tried this crazy thing?
That one was what? See, like, this is where Glenn knows that there was no plan to get the Afghans out. We would have been in a bum rush to get Afghan Christians out. Glenn couldn't fly in like the 3rd of May or the end of April. He had stuff to do. He was on vacation.
Where we started evacuations after the deadline.
That deadline was arbitrary. The August 31st was not.
That was designed to save American lives. I forgot about that.
That one was designed to save American lives. The May 31st, that was crazy and reckless. That was just crazy and reckless. And
no, it was just, according to Trump, it was bullshit. Glenn, you guys might want, I know you watched Biden's speech. You might want to watch OAN's interview with Donald Trump, where he said the May 1st date was horseshit. It was just horseshit. The drawdown would have taken 2 years. And I'm certain as the Taliban took over the country and as we started, and by the way, we're going to take out all the embassy personnel and all the governmental support force in the middle of the night, nobody would have known they were gone. Why
would we start in advance? Why would we do that?
Yeah.
Let's get everybody to panic and rush to the airport, which, do you know what a kill box is?
Do you know what a kill box is? Yeah, tell them what a kill box is. Let me guess. Is it the one that has the spicy nuggets in there? Is that what it is, Glenn? Is it the one that, like, if you eat them all at once, is it that ribs thing where if you eat all the ribs, hold on. I think I know what a kill box is. Glenn, you ever get like too many nuggets? We call it, it's not called that at the store, but it's called a kill box. You ever get the kill box? Oh, it's amazing. It tastes it looks so enticing. And you're like, I could totally get like all these nuggets in my belly. And you're like, I'm a big fat bastard. I should be able to eat all of these. I love this stuff. They're Chick-fil-A. They could get them in my face. And yet, halfway through, I'm like, kill me now. That kind of a kill box is a kill box. Fucking hell. Do you know what a kill box is? Fucking listen to this wuss. It's like Bob Elliott in Quick Change when he was like, and then the guy pulled out a knife, and I hate knives. Just your bullshit story.
Kill boxes? Anybody know what a kill box is?
Anybody know what a kill box is? It's in a kill box. I heard Don Cheadle say it in Iron Man 2.
Okay, I think maybe you have to have security to know what a kill box is. A kill box.
Yeah, you have to have lived a life where you have personal security. Tell us, macho boy, you have to have security to know what a kill box is. The fuck?
Is when, let's say, this studio, there's one exit out of this studio. Mm-hmm. This is a kill box. Mm-hmm. Somebody is in this. Mm-hmm. This is a kill box.
No. If they enter through the door of the studio and the studio has one exit, from the door, this is the kill box. That direction from the door. If they're on the other side of you and decide to kill you, it's no longer a kill box because the exit is behind you and you have a way to get out. But please go on.
are shooting at us. So what do? The first thing you do is get out of the kill box. We create
We what?
the kill boxes. We put these chutes in, and you all had to funnel through 3 chutes right where the Taliban and ISIS were. We put you in a place where you couldn't get out forward, you couldn't get out backwards, you can't go sideways. It was a kill box.
Well, asshole, they had to root through people's bags to make sure they didn't have bombs in them. They had to narrow those people, which from a wide group to an what's your option? What's your suggestion? All right, chuck babies through concertina wire.
Them to design 3 kill boxes and block us in. Why would we do that? Why would we do that? Why?
Well, first of all, we didn't. Never mind the fact that let's see. It's here. Where'd you go? What'd you do? Let me find my article again. They didn't. But apparently, they didn't have this story on what's going on the street.gov. And the soldiers that had to vet people as they went in had to narrow who could get through and how many at a time, so they weren't overwhelmed with a crush of fucking people. And it was the overwhelming crush of fucking people that had the bombers in it, not the alleyways that they had actually cordoned off. They didn't get to that point. I mean, go ahead and pretend that they did. Fucking hell, this dipshit.
Weren't our Marines the ones outside protecting the gate and the kill box? So if there was somebody that was coming in with a bomb, we'd shoot them in the head.
How do you know they've got a bomb? There's somebody that's coming in with a bomb, you would shoot them in the head? And you know they have a bomb, like how? And honestly, I mean, I don't know what the magic... Do they have magic bomb detecting scopes?
This whole thing was crazy.
Well, you keep...
Yeah, strategically, you know what? I think it would be good, Glenn, if you guys got some Play-Doh and made a little example fort of how you would have gotten everyone, obviously not in the airport. You would have had them go to the bus station or to Bagram, which is one road, 4 lanes wide, 2 on either side, that, anybody could obviously drive in from the side and blow up. But how you would have gotten them there. Draw us a picture. Use some crayons. Put them between your toes.
You're acting as if this could have gone better.
I know.
I was about to explain.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
It's more sarcasm and verbal irony.
Couldn't have gone better.
Okay, all right.
American troops and evacuating more than 120,000 people in the middle of a civil war. There still would have been a rush to the airport.
Wait, no.
A breakdown of confidence and
Wait, no. Why would there have been? Trump had a magic plan.
control of the government. And it still would have been very difficult and dangerous mission. The bottom line is there is no evacuation. The end of a war that you can run without the kinds of complexities, challenges, threats we face.
You know what's really weird? I believe we ended the Civil War that way. I believe we ended the Revolutionary.
Sorry, the Civil War, the Revolutionary War. Did they just end? And that was here, was it? Was it? I'm sorry. Did the South surrender 6,000 miles away?
Or I believe we ended the War of 1812 in a rational way. I think we did the Spanish-American War. I think we did World War I, World War II.
Does anybody want to tell him?
I know when we had all of our troops, and we didn't kill Saddam Hussein or any of his Revolutionary Guard, that they were still sitting there in Iraq. We got all of our guys out without any kind of panic, without any kind of trouble. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, here's the thing. He can't think of any.
We what? We got all. Saddam was still alive, and we got all of our guys out in the Iraq War. I guess he's talking about Iraq War 1.
Every war ends this way?
Where we weren't in, I don't think. Like,
no war ends this way. All of our other wars didn't end this way. The reason...
Vietnam, anybody?
Why we kept saying Saigon as a worst-case scenario is because previous to this, it was the worst-case scenario. Now this is the worst-case scenario.
And Saigon wasn't on the last day.
Right.
Saigon happened over 30 days.
We had most of the people out. And that's the thing, like...
Yeah, mostly. Yeah, we didn't actually have a deadline with the North Vietnamese.
He's like, oh, well, if you try to evacuate 140,000 people, it's going to be chaos. Yeah, if you try to do it on the same day, sure it is. But when you...
The same day? I think this is a calendar problem. I think they're just having trouble with scheduling things. I think this is why all three of them have a real hard time sticking to a diet.
Have multiple months.
Isn't every day Cupcake Day?
Let's say you started in April. And
I have to say, I don't know about you, but I can't help but feel like that if I ever ran into these guys, each of them would see me and they would see this. Why are you guys staring at me and licking your lips? Why are they both snarling? Why are they crawling over them? Someone get me out of here! All right.
Hey, I don't know. Maybe you did 1,000 people a day. Maybe there's 4 flights a day that leave with people that you needed to evacuate. You could do, let's say...
I'm sorry, what? Maybe there's 4 flights a day that leave with the people that you want... Yeah, all right, hold on. This is good. I want Stu's plan. Let's hear Stu's fucking plan. And I'm sure there won't be any holes in it, and none of those will occur to him while he's saying it.
It is, but when you have multiple months, let's say you started in April, and let's say, I don't know, maybe you did 1,000 people a day. Maybe there's 4.
Yeah, maybe, but let's see. Let's see. U.S. evacuation started in April. Let's just go with that. Let's go check. This is... Mr. Security alert. Hold on. I've got to find the things. There's one of these in here. Policy, longest war, finish the Commonwealth withdrawal, is saying to begin August 12th, list of images. Hold on. Oh, it's giving me because of April, it's giving me the Saigon dates. So hold on. Evacuate Afghanistan. Sorry, I should have actually. News. Let's see. April. For something. Let's see. Yeah. All. Got to go back way. Let me go back. News stories way back. Yeah. Let's see. X drink. U.S. to begin evacuating Afghans who aided American military. published July 14th, but the picture comes from April. Biden administration said Wednesday that it is prepared to begin evacuation flights for Afghan interpreters and translators who use the nearly 20, but their destinations are still unknown, and there are lingering questions about how to ensure their safety until they get on the planes. Operation Allies Refuge flights out of Afghanistan during the last week of July will be available first for special immigrant visa applicants already in process of applying U.S. residency, according to the White House. The reason we're taking these steps is because these are courageous individuals. Psaki said, we want to make sure we recognize the value of the role they played over the last several years. Confirmation on the timeline of the evacuation flights came as Joe Biden met Wednesday with Austin Miller, who earlier this week stepped down as top U.S. commander in Afghanistan. Psaki and Biden said Biden wanted to personally thank Miller for conducting an orderly and safe drawdown of U.S. troops. Let's see. Evacuation planning could potentially affect tens of thousands of Afghans. Let's see. The U.S. forces had already started out, but in July we started moving those folks. But 1,000, you can start 1,000 a day is what
flights a day that leave with people that you needed to evacuate. You could do, let's say, I don't know, 30,000 a month, and over 4 months you'd have the same amount. Do you think they're?
Yeah. Who are you removing? Just people? All people are the same? People are the same people? They're all the people? They're all the same people? So embassy staff, security staff, just people. Anybody. Like you. Anybody. All right. Whose birthday is in March? All right. Everybody step two steps forward.
Chaos with 4 flights a day?
No. And
there wouldn't.
And if you didn't have the...
Yeah, why didn't Trump do this last year then? This is such a great plan, Stu. Why didn't Trump do this last year? I mean, if you could just start bringing people out and nobody would fucking notice and it wouldn't change a goddamn thing, well, for Pete's sake, why wouldn't you just... I have one hair in my face and it's like... the fan keeps blowing it in there. I'm like, you can't see it, but I can feel it. It's very weird.
Taliban roll into town.
Right. You protect
I'm sorry. You do what? Sorry?
Have the Taliban roll into town.
Right. You protect the city.
Correct.
Oh, you protect the city. Okay, so you set up... All right, Kabul. How big is Kabul? Let's do this. All right, let's do the math. Stu, Glenn, you guys are... I mean, you don't have to get the fucking Play-Doh out. I'll do it. Kabul population. That'll do it. Let's see. Population. Okay. So a city of 4.4 million. And all you've got to do is protect a city of 4.4 million people from the Taliban moving in. Let's see. Maps. They'll probably bring up. There's Kabul. Oh, that's the Golden Nugget. No, that's not really part of Kabul, is it? All right, here we go. Let's just grab a picture here. Yeah, I mean, what, like one soldier a street? Maybe, how about this? How about one soldier? Here you go. The 5th fastest growing city in the world is bursting at the seams. Oh, that's Urbanistan. Urbanization of Kabul. Okay, I see. I read it wrong. Yeah, I mean, this whole area, I mean, you can totally like soldier there, 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 and then just drone strike the shit out of this area if anybody even walks. Somebody herds their goats or goes for a hike, fuck them, just blow them up. And then, of course, let's see, there's a part of, there's Kabul. So there's a bunch of people in the area. Let's see. Major city, Kabul. Let's see. World population. Here's a top. Here you go. Here's 5 interesting facts about Kabul. Here's an interesting fact about Kabul. I don't know that you could secure this fucking area, and this is just one area of it, with 10,000 troops. It's a great idea. Oh yeah, I should probably put up the... Yeah, this is brilliant. Let's follow Stu's plan. It's a great plan. I'm for it. Stu's going to totally suggest, like this area right here. This is the whole area. What's wrong with this? I mean, you could totally... Couple of soldiers, you know... There you go. You could just mix a couple of soldiers in with the crowd. And yeah, you could totally hold this down. What, you know, what would, I'm sure some of these pictures are now coming up that aren't Kabul itself. Hold on. There you go. This is, though. Here you go. Yeah, that guy right there. Yeah, it was indeed. So, yeah. So how many American soldiers would it take to secure this against the will of the Taliban? Fuck you, Taliban. We're going to hold this city. The Afghan government isn't going to. The Afghan military's already fallen. Some of them are actually joining you and know exactly where we're positioning our troops and all that stuff. So we're gonna hold this. We got 2,500 troops in there. It took 6,000 to carry out the evacuation of 123,000 Americans, Afghans, and civilians and military people in that area. But yeah, you just fucking hold the city, right, Glenn, Stu? How do you pace them out, you fucking stooges?
Given that opportunity by the Taliban, they called us and said, we're on the outskirts. Would you like to protect the city or we will? And we said, you do it.
Because we didn't.
Right, because it would take 100,000 fucking troops to fight off ISIS and hold back the Taliban from inside the city as we evacuated people.
Send in more troops because that would violate the dumb fake line that Joe Biden created.
This guy is
sorry, the dumb fake line that Joe Biden created? You mean May 1st? You mean that we're exiting, don't fire on our people for a year and we'll get everybody out?
I'm going to give it to you, Stu. I'm going to give it to you, Pat. Evil.
Yeah.
It's evil. It's evil what he's doing.
Yeah, why wouldn't Joe Biden want to put in 60 to 100,000 troops to act as police officers for the biggest city in Afghanistan and hold it and secure it with, I guess, every piece of military gear that we hadn't trashed, blown up, or flown out?
And you know, the only caveat on that is he just may be possessed by, because I think he might be dead. Are you hearing him? It's like some spirit is in him trying to work all the gears and levers so he can talk. And he's like, rescue Afghanistan.
It might be the shit in your ears, Glenn. A lot of us heard the speech and were comfortable with it. He executed the speech very, very well. Problem is it hits that gear in your head that says he couldn't possibly have any energy because of the whole Sleepy Joe thing. And he's not in control, but he is in control. And he's running things, but he's not running things. So it's all back and forth.
He is out of control. Out of control.
Yeah, he's just raging. It's almost like he was unable to speak, and he almost swore. Oh, that's you. Sorry, my mistake.
Where are the good Democrats? I want to hear.
I'm right here. I'm here. I'm one of the good Democrats. I'm a good Democrat, and I'm here. I'm right here. And Glenn, you're full of shit. And you and Stu and Krusty, whoever the fuck he is, are liars, and your bullshit plan wouldn't have worked and gotten tens of thousands of American troops killed. You seem to be blowing right past Trump's agreement with the Taliban and his May 1st deadline and the special immigrant visa program because it's convenient for you. And that would be, to some people, seen as evil. But I actually think evil is smarter than that, and I think you're just morons.
Because this is a matter of life and death for all of us. This is the end of all credibility for our country.
Why? We said we're leaving, we left. That's credibility. Saying you're leaving for years and still staying is what fucks with your credibility.
Will you just stand and say the president needs to be held accountable for this?
for keeping his word and doing what he ran on. I know you're used to Trump being your leader and doing the exact opposite of that. He ran on getting us out of Afghanistan. He called it stupid wars, forever wars. We have to get out of these things. It's dumb. He wants to do it. But we can't right now. And we really, and even when we get out, we're still staying.
Bloodbath debacle.
Yeah, it's not a bloodbath debacle. 123,000 people getting out. Everybody in the embassy staff. No American civilians were killed even in the bombing. The military that were killed were guarding the area where Afghans were going in. And P.S., a couple of those people had been pulled off, so a couple of congressional representatives had a little extra security while they were there. Prove me wrong.
We didn't even answer our allies' phone calls for 40 hours.
No, we didn't. We didn't, because they were the ones going, maybe I can talk him out of it. You mean that bullshit? Look at this. Proof the Biden administration is lying about everything. I'm way over time. I'm way over time. But we have to end with this because we need a break from the assholes over at Glenn Beck's show at The Blaze and Laura Ingram's of the world. Because in the middle of this on Newsmax, Mike Lindell goes on to tell everybody that his favorite quote right now, Fox News shouldn't even be a weather channel. Because he thinks this is a great gag. And he's been going back to it. Yeah. Biden praises airlift, defends departure from, quote, forever war, by the way, is running across the bottom.
Big tech censorship striking again, this time taking aim at a grieving mother. Instagram shutting down.
Mother of Marine mistakenly restricted from Instagram. Mistakenly?
Account of Shauna Chappelle, the mother of 20-year-old U.S. Marine Kareem Nakui, who was killed in last week's Kabul terrorist attack. Chappelle says her account was temporarily banned after she ripped Biden online for checking his watch several times during the transfer ceremony, which is supposed to be a solemn ceremony. Chappelle's account has since been restored, with Instagram calling.
If he did it several times, Salcido, if he did it several times, why are you playing a loop? If he did it all throughout, play clip after clip after clip. That camera didn't move. That camera was there the whole time. That's a loop. We're seeing the exact same thing.
Account ban and error. Joining me now is CEO and
that's a loop. That's a loop. You're playing the same fucking thing.
Of My Pillow, Mike Lindell. Mike, it is always fantastic.
Same loop.
To see you. And this is just one example of many examples out there of big tech censorship against anyone that goes against socialists. This is why I think we need more.
Anyone that goes against socialists? So it's socialist to check your watch is now the thing.
Pro-American social media platforms, like frankspeech.com, for example.
Yeah, totally, like frankspeech.com, which Salcido is not being paid to promote at all, promise.
To stand up to big tech tyranny. What say you?
Right, and that you're exactly right.
You're so right.
Where does it end with the censorship? Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what's even worse is when you make a.
Well, you're on the Newsmax YouTube channel. So, obviously, that's a good time to remind everybody. Fwank.com, FWANQ.com. Don't forget to subscribe if you use Amazon Prime.
Platform like we did with frankspeech.com, and I put out advertising all over our country, and Fox bans the ad. So they don't even.
Well, no, they banned the ad for your 3-day symposium because it would violate the terms of them not being sued by Dominion and Smartmatic. But you don't give a fuck about the people at Fox. You just want them to do your bidding, and you also think you have a right to their microphone, which is even weirder.
I want you to have a platform of frank speech, and and they're the only ones that banned it. Everyone else has accepted it.
Sorry, why was my Satanism account banned at Frank Speech? I mean, let's say I was to sign up for Frank's speech and post only quotes from the Satanic Bible just as a gag. Is there a reason why on a total free speech network it would be removed?
NBC, Newsmax, OAN, everybody.
Theoretically.
You know, Fox bans, when you start banning platforms or banning even getting directional ads to go to platforms. But where does it end, everybody? This is the censorship in our country. And, you know, we have what Jack Dorsey and Mark Zuckerberg and those guys have done.
You got to have your anti-Semitic Jews-like money nickname thrown in there. I mean, he hasn't come up with one for Dorsey. But Zuckerberg and Suckabuck is, I mean, it's too sweet to pass up, you know, Jews and money and Jew money thing. And, you know, I mean, yeah, that's where Suckabuck comes from. Don't kid yourself for a second. The Suckabuck thing is not about him being fake news or any of that kind of stuff. That is an anti-Semitic trope that he just is stuck on and likes. Just count on it.
These guys, you know, it's showing right now what's going on, and these guys have exposed themselves. They're not going to, you know, we're not going to let them.
You're thinking of Jeffrey Toobin.
Stop us from hearing our voices, and that's why you have.
Yes, no one is going to stop me from hearing my own voice. Even the people at Twitter cannot stop me from hearing my own voice. If Twitter ever tries to stop me from singing in the shower,
platforms.
I'm going to change the locks, quite frankly. I don't know how they got in here.
Built in. One of the things when I built frankspeech.com, all of the people that were censored, it's like the perfect timing in history. You have all these people that were censored on YouTube and Vimeo and those places where they relied on that for their income, and Facebook and Twitter. I mean, any place you relied on ads within your own little
yes, you were making money on their platform while encouraging people to do harm to themselves. And because it's their platform and it's a money-making endeavor, and you being on there might affect their ability to have other people make money or have their sites make money, or quite frankly, for viewers to be turned off from their site, they decided to tell you to go pound sand. Because it's a private industry. It's not a public utility. YouTube is not fucking water.
You know, whatever you had, videos or whatever you had going on, and your podcasts and so on. Well, now they've come over to Frank Speech because they have a platform where they can speak out, and not only what they want to talk about, but they're not, you know, they don't have to worry about losing that platform. When I built Frank.
No. If you go on there and you want to make some money selling ads for, selling, satanic paraphernalia or child porn or anything, you don't have to worry about him interrupting you. This is like if ISIS wants to go on there, like everybody has the right to free speech. And if you want to make and sell child pornography, Frank's Speech is the place to go. I mean, I don't know why else where else would you want to go?
Speech. I had to make sure I didn't use your Apple, your Amazons, and any of this. I had to buy all my own servers. This has to be so protective now to get a safe platform. But shame on Fox. I can't say that enough. Shame on Fox.
Yeah, keep saying it. It's one of the reasons why I like your clips, Mike. Yeah, fuck Fox. Fox is shit. Shit, Fox. I'll say all the bad words. You can't. The naughty words. Fox sucks. Fucking Fox. Oh, Fox. Oh, you know what I think of Fox? Here's what I think of Fox. There you go. Here's your Fox. That's it. Fox. Fox. Oh, there you go.
They won't even give me an ad to advertise coming over to Frank's Speech.
It's weird because it would violate the agreement they made to not be sued for $1.3 billion. I don't know why anybody would pass up on $50 million if it meant them losing $1.3 billion. Who would make that? I don't even know. Do they even math?
See, you gave me some new information. I had no idea that ABC and all the others had accepted, but it's only Fox targeting you.
Only Fox.
I mean, why do you?
Yeah, the rest of them aren't being sued. They didn't actually. They're separate from their commercials. they don't have the people from those commercials on. So they have a very direct line between the sales department and the news department, and there's no overlap. So therefore, anybody who's fucked around by, if somebody sues, that catheter company, they don't have to worry about it. None of the hosts on the show said, these are the catheters I use. They're fantastic. While they still work at the network anyways. Whereas when it comes to Mike Lindell's thing, they've had him on as a guest. They carried his message about Smartmatic and Dominion. It resulted in them getting a lawsuit filed against him. They didn't have him on as a guest anymore. Part of the agreement was they wouldn't help carry his message forward. They tried to get around it a couple of times. They got hit, and so they decided not to run the ad because it would cost them $1.3 billion. So fuck you. Buy a billboard.
What does Fox have it in it for you? I mean, do they not believe in
They don't. They just don't want to lose $1 billion.
Speech over there anymore?
$1 million a week, and it costs My Pillow. We're direct sales, so it costs me a lot of money. But
boo fuckity who? It would cost them $1 billion.
This is about our principles, everybody. And
no, it really isn't. Fox doesn't have any principles. It's about $1 billion.
You're going to censor a platform, because what are they afraid of?
No, they didn't censor a fucking platform. You don't have to, anybody who isn't running ads for your platform is not censoring your fucking platform. They're not going to your platform and stopping people from talking. They're just not directing people to it. I don't know where this sense of entitlement comes from these assholes. They're censoring me by not helping me sell my shit. What? It's like many of the times I've had hit shows on networks. It's like if I said the other networks aren't playing my show on their network, they're censoring VH1's I Love the 80s by not running I Love the 80s on CBS. What are you talking about? You have no right. None. It is a private industry. You guys used to believe in that shit. And because they have the right to cut you off on their network, they don't have the right to go over to your shit and mess with you. It is totally socialism. This is the closest thing to socialism we actually have going on, is these assholes wanting the government to force private industry to carry the messages of people friendly to the former president.
Competition, maybe so. I'll tell you what.
No, they're not afraid of competition. They don't want to lose $1 billion.
Fox shouldn't even be a weather channel, because if they were, I would be afraid they wouldn't report an oncoming storm. They have all these restrictions of what they let people talk about.
Well, at least Salcido laughed. I would be afraid they wouldn't report an oncoming storm. Well, no, I mean, if you want to make an analogy, I hate to help you out, but let's say Fox is a weather channel, and your concern would be that they don't want to sell your umbrellas made of keys to people in lightning storms because other people had died being electrocuted, and they made an agreement to settle out of court that they wouldn't air your ads for your key umbrellas. Fuck, this is dumb.
And that's what's hurting our country when journalists can't be journalists and all this censorship going on.
Journalists don't have anything to do with the ads run on the network.
It's just disgusting. And
it's disgusting that Stormfront can't run ads on Fox News. I mean, do they even free speech, bro?
You look at Newsmax, when you guys and OAN and everybody else said ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, all of them accepts the ad. And then Fox does not accept it. You got to ask yourself.
Well, Newsmax got sued, and so did OAN the day of your symposium, because they had made the same agreement. At least Newsmax had. They made the same agreement and violated the same agreement.
Why? Everybody knows that stuff that I'm very outspoken. I'll talk to you about anything. You want to know it, but Fox they have no right to ban my ads that I've had.
They're not banning your ads. They're just not carrying them. Fox isn't stopping any of these other networks. What do you mean banning ads? Since when do these assholes owe you anything?
biggest advertiser, I think, for years. And then all of a sudden I can't advertise about it.
Excuse me, the pilot who's in the catheter ads would beg to differ if he could get his fly open.
Platform? That's shameful. Shameful.
I don't get it. Former President Donald J. Trump remains banned on all social media platforms, but you continue to see a lot of support out there at his rallies. And you attended his rally in Alabama, where I think it was 50,000 folks attended. Now, as Joe Biden continues to screw things up at home and abroad, do you anticipate that President Trump's rallies are just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger?
Yeah, huge. They're gonna, huge. Well, there is that thing that, I mean, they might grow a little bit, but of course, every time he has one, some of the people die from COVID. It's called the Herman Cain effect. So I think it kind of balances out, you know. They add one, lose two.
I heard it was 68,000. So, but we don't want to get fact checked by the fake news fact checkers at Facebook. So we'll go with 50. I spoke at that rally too, and it's amazing. You know, I'll tell you what, if you're a Republican out there, you better get behind Donald Trump because
Because if you're in front of him, and you're female, he'll grab you by the genitals, and if you're in front, and if you're male, he'll just breathe on you. Not that, you know, being behind him is any better.
Candidates now that are for the people. Since I've gotten involved in politics, it's shameful when you have politicians that you have problem solution and they make a decision based on either a political agenda or a personal agenda. Decisions need to be.
Well, a political agenda would be the people that elected them want something to happen. Like, I don't know. I tell you, like, you get elected running on getting out of Afghanistan, and you say you're going to, and politically, that's how you win, and then you don't. Because someone inside tells you that if you try to leave, there's going to be deaths, and it's going to look like a mess, and it'll be on your watch, and there's just no way to avoid it. So you stay in because you don't want to look like shit, which would also be another political decision.
For the people. And I think that's
Still laughing about key umbrellas. I think that's a sound analogy.
You're going to this big movement for our great president, Donald Trump, is he made decisions that he knew.
Oh, hallow his name. All right.
They would manifest out to help all people. Look what we have in office now. Every decision coming out of D.C. hurts people. It actually hurts people. You can take every single executive order and line them up like cordwood. Every one of them hurts people, all people.
Like cordwood? You mean cords of wood?
Democrats, Republicans, everybody. It doesn't help anybody except for maybe foreign countries like China. You know,
foreign countries like China. So the rescue plan not helping anybody. The infrastructure plan not helping anybody. Leaving Afghanistan not helping anybody. I mean, obviously, you'd have to prove a negative that if we stayed forever, there wouldn't ever be another soldier killed in Afghanistan for no reason.
I know, Mike, I can't name one thing that Biden has done positively for the United States. He's done plenty for the Taliban. He's done plenty for China.
Let's see what would come. American. Learn more about how to access your benefits from the American Rescue Plan here. I need help finding a vaccine. I need help getting health care coverage. I need help buying food. I have kids. I need help with rent. I lost my job. I want to offer my employees paid time off for vaccines. I need help getting a rescue payment. My small business needs help. Let's see if it happens there. Learn how to get financial assistance for your small business. Click right there. Takes you to treasury.gov. Assistance for small business. There's small business tax credit programs, emergency capital investment programs, paycheck protection program. That's all in the U.S. Department. I mean, this is all in the rescue package, which, Republicans largely against. China. I mean, there's a lot, but.
And foreign countries, but I can't name one positive thing for America. Let's see, frankspeech.com. Frank Speech, see, Fox, it isn't that hard.
Yeah, see, I'm just selling it. See, Fox, it isn't that hard. All you do is Say what Mike Pillow is paying you to say.
Frankspeech.com. I can say it. Why can't they say it? Mike Lindell, thank you.
Because they're not being paid to do it, and it would violate their agreement not to. God damn it.
It's always great talking with you, sir. We'll talk again soon.
Hi, I'm a Reckenberg.
Yeah, it's so great. It's always great. It's always great. It is always great. Wow, I went really late tonight, didn't I? Holy smokes. Hal, do you have a Venmo? You're earning your money. I do have a Venmo. It's right there. You can use the Venmo to support the show. Hold on. Let me switch to. Hold on. Let me go to the real me real quick, just by myself. Let's see. Let's go with this. That's better. Hi, everybody. So much better. If only. You know, the problem with all these programs that make you look like a cartoon is that because my hair's long, it assumes I'm a girl. Hi, how are you? I'm getting excited looking at myself. Sorry, let me turn off the filter and look like my real self. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Here's my real self. Okay, that's better. Anyways, thank you for watching like SJW Central, and don't forget socialism, Marxism, and we're all gonna do everything. And I like all these. Yeah, okay. Sorry, that's just ridiculous. You do my normal. Look at my camera keeps getting moved. What's happening? There we go. I don't know why. So I think I have to tighten the nuts in there. Anyways, what? So don't forget you can support the show, like and subscribe, thumbs up. Even if you hate the show, thumbs down. Any interaction helps us immensely. Don't forget we love trolls around here, because if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be reaching so many people. We're at almost, let's see, I have to check real quick. Let's go back to my YouTube studio. 23,205 subscribers. Remember this time last year when we couldn't hit 5,000? I just think it's good. And I will say, everybody who's a regular on the show, I adore you. Thank you for being here. There will be some time in the future where more than likely I will have to turn on like subscriber only in the Twitch and in the YouTube chats, just to make it tolerable, in the same way that we've had to kind of limit who can be here in the Facebook stuff, and even that's a difficult. But it would, it really helps if you like and subscribe, and whatever your favorite format is, whether it's Facebook and Twitter or YouTube and Twitch, pick one or both or multiple ones and just sign up and subscribe on each of those. It really helps, so that at one point, if we do grow, which it looks like we're doing, 4,000 subscribers in in the last 12 days now. That's pretty amazing. So I really appreciate all the new folks that are showing up and watching, and our folks that have been with us from the very beginning. I love you, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Now, tomorrow's Thursday, so I will be on an hour later than normal because we have family FaceTime on Thursdays. But I will be there, and I will also be a little bit exhausted, because I will be, I've got gym in the morning and long shows. So I appreciate it. And I will be, let me check on upcoming Flapper shows and that kind of stuff. There's a little bit of movement there. And then upcoming shows, I'm going to start listing those on my website again, because we're starting to get enough where I can start populating a calendar. So regardless, take care of yourself, take care of somebody else, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye, everybody.